Most wonderful time.
It certainly can be. Hello. If you can hear us, please let us know. We would really appreciate it.
I've still got pink headphones. I'm ready for Lizardmen, and it's going to be fun.
Have you just
fun? It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Have you just permanently switched to those headphones at this point?
Lindsay keeps putting them in, and I have yet to dismiss them. I have my own headphones down here somewhere, and I've got another set of PlayStation headphones somewhere else. I know
the people, I think, prefer those ones, but
well, they're kind of awesome, aren't they? So a quick double check out there. Can we be heard clearly, and are our levels almost the same? Well, you know, volume, because sometimes I can tend to be a bit quiet, and we all know we don't require that.
Yeah, he's so soft and demure, as we see on his Lorebeards streams.
So demure.
Or Lawhammer streams. There's definitely not times where you see the cast desperately clutching their ears.
Good times. I'm really looking forward to this stream. Like always on our Wednesday streams, this is a somewhat relaxed affair where we're going to be kicking back and enjoying ourselves a little bit. And the subject in particular is, let's be honest, a gift to everybody's favorite Sotek. Today we are going to be discussing and building Lizardmen cities. Well, one Lizardmen city. And boy, do we have opinions.
Yeah, there's a couple of really funny things I'm looking forward to pointing out, because Games Workshop has a interesting history of that. They will often, someone will make something or write something, and someone else will kind of look at it and be like, oh, I should include that somewhere. But they do it in a really funny way that if you actually look at what they're suggesting, you go, well, that can't possibly be correct.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make any sense.
It's an annoying thing for us to see, of which we can't deny. So as always, we're going to be taking this stream in chunks because inevitably there's going to be a whole bunch of super chats. But unlike some of our other ones, the super chats are a core component of what we're doing. If you want to definitely get your say as to what we're going to be dropping into this city, make sure that you do indeed drop your chats in. Now, whether that's super chat or not, do put them in. We won't be bringing up every single chat because there's going to be too many. But if you drop a super chat, we will definitely be bringing it up as we slowly but surely negotiate our way through the long corridors, avenues, twisting, winding roads of whatever it is that we end up creating by the end of this stream. I honestly have no idea what to expect, as is often the case with one of these let's create or let's build a type stream. We might have some ideas walking in, but almost certainly your contributions are going to be what makes this, and you're going to take us in directions that we just won't have considered, which means that you who are watching us right now are a core component of what we're doing here. Plus, if you're watching this stream later, which is very likely given we're aware that our Wednesday audience sort of goes up and down at different points, if you are watching this later and you think, oh, they missed out on this by the end of it, do drop by either Sotek or my Discord channel and drop in your ideas there. We'll have a lovely little chat thread open there for extra ideas concerning we built this city of rock and I don't know what rhymes with roll for
I couldn't tell you.
We built this city of rock and lizardman flesh.
I'm grabbing a thing real quick because I want to show something very silly. So just like give me 1 second, because it's a very particular White Dwarf magazine that I need.
Ooh.
And I've got too many.
Yeah, I know that one all too well.
I just gotta find it.
While he's doing that, we'll give a quick intro to what we're doing today. Today we are building our own Lizardman Temple City. A part of that will be discussing what's normally found within a temple city, and a part of that will also be discussing what we're going to build and why it's going to either be different or the same as the standard and what that means. We're going to be discussing things that Games Workshop have used previously in their temple cities, of which we have surprisingly few actually detailed, and we're also also going to discuss as to whether we think these are good ideas for what we're going to be building today. We are going to be taking ideas from you all the way through this. So as we go through each step of the creation, we are going to be discussing it with you and maybe even doing polls depending upon how it all turns up. We also have, just in case we need it, a quick screen, which you'll be able to see on your screen right now, where if I need to do a quick bit of mappage or scribble some lines on the screen, we can do so. We may not need this. We may need this. We will see. So we've got that prepared and ready as well. We will see how that's required as we make our way over. But beyond that, do you have anything that you would like to add, Mr. Sotek?
I will be pulling up on screen just for funsies as we're kind of getting into it. Some of the Games Workshop did make a couple little cities from time to time. And we will, the only ones they really ever did was they did one of Itza, which is super simple. And then they did one of Tluxlon, which is a little bit more interesting.
While we're here, I just want to put a note on pronunciation.
Sure.
Because this actually bugs me and has always bugs me with Games Workshop's use of foreign language. It's not Tlaxclan, it's Tlaxclan, because X's in that particular language are pronounced with a sh sound. Tlaxclan. So if you want to pronounce it correctly, it would be Tlaxclan, but who does that?
And you know, the funny thing is that I know that, and yet my brain really struggles.
Yeah.
Now that.
It's particularly amusing because Games Workshop, particularly in its earlier versions of creating stuff for the Lizardmen, used X's as X's with their terrible puns, meaning that often their terrible puns, if you pronounce them correctly, literally make no sense. They only make sense if you're pronouncing stuff incorrectly. But that's, hey, part of the fun of it. Isn't it?
That's true. It's called being American. You're not wrong. One of the things that I wanted to point out that always made me laugh. So this comes from White Dwarf article, the White Dwarf 305, which is a really, really good one. This one's actually one of my favorites because it has a lot of stuff about it's a hexawatl or hexawatl, the Vampire Coast, and it's like where we got like the Vampire Coast roster and a bunch of other funny stuff. But one of the things they did is that there's a really famous battle that two different authors for Games Workshop one author goofed up and one didn't. And so in the old lore, there's a really, really big battle called during the Cataclysm, which is the Battle of the Bridge of Stars. Mm-hmm. And it talks about how it was the final great defense of Itza. But if I pull up a map of Lustria for us to kind of consult here for a second.
How exciting. Maps during stream.
Yeah, maps during stream. The thing that I want to point out about this is that in the original story, they had designed it where it made sense. Where the idea was, let's see if I can pull up this map here. This will work. This is a pretty looking map. So if I pull this up, because I want to just point out how there have been some goofs over the years. Present, share screen, do this, go to here. No, not that one. What tab is it? Can I not pull up that tab? Oh, wait. Well, fine. I'll cheat. I'll do it this way. So if I pull up this screen here, sorry.
I think you've shared the wrong screen, or have you? Yep, you've definitely scared the wrong screen there. I can see the screen you're sharing down the bottom. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not what you're looking for.
That's not what I want. I want this one. Here we go.
Yeah, go to share screen and just share one of the windows. So there we go.
If we look at this map of Lustria, Itza is like around this Ballish Park, vaguely, and to the east of it, where there's kind of a gap in the mountains, there is a place which is where it said the Bridge of Star is in the old lore, because it talks about that. Or actually, no, I think it's east, actually, not west, which is even weirder. But the Demons of the Armories, yeah. So several miles east, there's a big old chasm where the Bridge of Stars is said to, as I fly through this document real quick, be where there was like a big epic fight between the Demons of Chaos and Croak's Temple Guard that led to a whole big epic fight, and Nakai showed up, and it was a whole big cool thing. But the thing about it is that it's miles and miles and miles to the east, which is great, cool, wonderful, fun. But when there was an update to the lore, here we can actually see the cities on here. So you can see Itza's here. So the bridge is like off to the east here. Is that in later lore, a different author looked at that and was like, oh, that's a super duper cool thing, and rewrote it where the Bridge of Stars was a final battle that took place right before Lord Croak, who was at the Great Pyramid of Itza. So like he was at his big pyramid and the bridge was right in front of him. So according to it, it built up this idea that the city of Itza, instead of being like hereish, instead covered like the entirety of this valley. Where like Itza was there. Like hundreds and hundreds of miles huge compared to what it should have been. Nope. And it always just makes me laugh that you have this, that they've kind of had that situation. Because, and granted, the cities kind of like move places. Because if you look on this map, which is this is the newest one from Cubicle 7, it's a kind of being, right, not in the middle, but kind of like a good ways from the mountains. But if you actually look at this old map from this White Dwarf article, you can see Itza right on the mountains, which probably would have made it easier to defend, but they moved it much further from the mountains in later designs of the map, which is just interesting. But anyway, that was my random tangent.
As somebody who likes mapping these things, it's not interesting. It's annoying. Hashtag, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying.
Yeah, so the last thing we'll look at before we really get started here is I just want to pull up this, which is the Temple City of Tlachtlan.
Tlachtlan.
Yeah, so this was the most detailed city that Games Workshop ever released. This originally, I believe, was printed for the 6th edition Lizardmen Army book.
Yep, it was. 6th edition.
And the guys over at Cubicle 7 basically just reprinted it and made some like slight edits to the some of the text. But in true Warhammer fashion, just copy pasted because someone already made it, so whatever. And what's interesting about it is that based on the lore of what all are in the various cities and kind of things we'll talk about, my biggest issue with this kind of honestly is how small it is. Because one of the things that we'll talk about when it comes to the cities is how much has to be inside of them. And even when you consider that, like, oh, well, there's a good amount of jungle that's used for like certain kinds of creatures and stuff. These are like very small. Also, we're getting some echo of me from your side, I think.
Are we?
I think I'm hearing myself every once in a while.
Are you? Okay, bummer. I'll just move myself. There we go. How's that?
Test. Better. Okay, that's good.
Good. Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, wait,
Can I still be heard?
Yes, you can still be heard fine. Interesting. Okay, we'll keep an ear out for it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, no, I can still hear myself. If I talk, and then I think you talk immediately after, I can still hear it.
Well, I'm going to be moving that mic anyway at some point because I'm going to have to move over there anyway. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's weird. Normally we don't have that, so that's weird.
No,
All right, anyway.
But I did boost mine a little bit the other day because there was complaints of me being a bit quiet, so it's possible I'm just getting extra pickup.
Yeah. Anyway, so
these headphones aren't as good as the other ones either.
Yeah, so we have Tlachtlan there, and then for anyone that wants to see the really, really old thing, as far as what good old Itza looked like, Itza is crazy simple.
Yeah, it really is.
In that if I pull this up here and make it its own picture, and then I put it there, and I remove that, and I present. Nope, not that. Present. Oh, it makes me do it all over again. Okay, fine. Here we go. This is supposed to be the first city, the grandest, largest, and most impressive city of the Lizardmen. And it is like the size of a very, very, very small neighborhood. Not even a full suburb, just a small neighborhood.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You get all your skink barrios kicking off at the edges, and these are, particularly for the larger cities, described as housing thousands upon thousands of skinks. But if we take a look at what we have as an option here, there's just not enough by any stretch of the imagination. I like to think of this as the central part of the bigger city.
Yeah.
That makes sense, and I can make it all work if we do that. But other than that, yeah, no, that's just not big enough. I mean, this is an old one, though. This is all the way back from... But isn't that the
this is the
edition?
First? Yeah, this is the very first Lizardmen book.
This is 5th edition, and 5th edition had a really interesting, much like all of the editions actually, an interesting relationship with numbers that ranged from when they were going deep Warhammer battle side, when they were talking thousands upon thousands upon thousands, and then they suddenly went on the more roleplay, we're referencing that book, oh, there's only 200. And it gets really, really weird. But cut a long story short, the biggest Lizardmen cities are hundreds of thousands in terms of core populations. So we have a lot that we can play with here. And you've also got the fact that the oldest ones are also not only that in terms of population, but a good chunk of the city will be entirely overgrown. It's one of the reasons why I quite like the Tlachtlan map. For all I agree, it is probably, again, too small, although in terms of scale, it's somewhere in the region of about 10 times the size of the first one. I mean, it's probably quite big in comparison, but Tlachtlan gave a real idea that not only was the city pretty big, but as you follow all of the roads that are making their way out, you realize that most of it's lost to the jungle, and originally it was much, much, much bigger. In fact, you can see it there. You can see where the jungle is all overgrowing everywhere, and it's moving in on the various districts. The actual districts, though, are far bigger. Plus, if you want your city to be big, you can easily say beyond the borders of what this map shows, there's yet more barrios that are sitting on the outside somewhere. So it could very easily be just a part of a larger city anyway, particularly when you read the description that comes in the 6th edition army list, one page earlier to the map, where they really go to town describing exactly how big some of the Lizardmen cities are. So I have no issue at all with this just being, again, the core, yet more outlying fortresses and barrios and various districts where little skinks are living their little skink lives. I don't know, chipping away at a piece of stone or having a conversation with their bestest skink pals down some skink pub.
Skink pub. I would go there in a heartbeat. All right, so let's go ahead and get caught up on super chats and stuff, and then we'll get into it. All right, Snowsif. Do Lizardmen go to the bathroom like most overworld humans would? Yes. And do they go in a corner? So Lizardmen are at least Lizardmen are a orderly, clean species for the most part. The skinks in particular have an important role of like maintaining the cities and making sure that things stay nice and clean and not falling into the refuse of day-to-day nastiness. So as far as where they would go, that's not something that's detailed within the lore, but presumably there would be designated spaces. There would be places where the Lizardmen are expected to go, unless they're just kind of like out in the wilds of the jungle. But even then, Lizardmen operate very cleverly, being kind of... Lizardmen in a lot of ways feel like, you know, reptilian beasts that were raised up, and because they have a lot of those kind of natural instincts, and a lot of things of what you see in nature that I would kind of lean on for this is that, like, think about like dogs and cats and a lot of different creatures where when they do have droppings, they often cover them or hide them because it's a part of making sure to not spread your scent around or make it where like certain kinds of predators can find you as easily. And while the Lizardmen are the masters of Lustria, as far as like a prey to predator scale, there are things that will eat them if they can get a hold of them quite easily. So I would say that the Lizardmen are actually probably pretty big on the whole, making sure that things go in their proper places within the temple cities, and if they're outside of the temple cities, making sure that they don't leave obvious trails that others could follow, whether they be things like Skaven or things like wild beasts.
Yes, basically all of that. Lizardmen are... There's one thing to always remember about the Lizardmen, and to always have it at the forefront of your mind when you're putting together what they're like, and that's that they were created and still follow those patterns, often aping earlier patterns rather than truly understanding why they're doing that. In a similar fashion to how, as Sotek suggests, various animals will do things because instinctually it has benefit to them. They do things because they were basically taught to, or genetically programmed to, effectively, and they don't necessarily understand why they're doing what they're doing, so it doesn't even require intellect behind it. But you tend to find that most lizardmen, particularly the skinks, later on start adding value to things that they do which may not have originally been there, because they attempt to basically ascribe everything to the old ones, their old gods, and why they do certain things is often given religious right and prominence. So if you want to get an answer to this, you could say that very well they probably have rituals around it. They probably have aspects of their life which are dedicated to properly venerating the old ones through their poo and ensuring that those poos are put away in the correct way and correctly addressed to ensure that they don't insult the old ones and what the old ones themselves set up. They almost certainly have relatively advanced toiletry in place, and exactly how that works will be different according to each one of the cities as well.
Yeah, I mean, you consider like things like the importance of night soil. Wouldn't be that surprising that skinks have a system of like, oh, we need to make sure that like every once in a while we take all of the refuse from this area and it's used to like feed certain kinds of plants or things that are important for other various things. Because the old ones were like, yeah, this makes for an efficient system, make sure everything's being used, and the skinks thousands of years later are like, we don't know.
We're still following those routes and patterns.
We follow this. We don't know why, but we follow this.
Yeah, totally.
Holy Artist. Hey guys, it's been a while. I missed Andy's birthday last Sunday. I hope it was fun. And, well, the good news is you actually didn't.
That's a good point. I should set up that stream as a small aside. I haven't done it yet.
Yeah. So there was a whole. It was a mixture of miscommunication, and I actually ended up being sick.
Go figure.
That we were supposed to do the ghoul stream. It turns out the ghoul curse isn't what happens to people to turn them into ghouls. It's just streaming about ghouls.
Or trying to stream about ghouls.
So the hope is that this Sunday will be the last celebration of Andy's birthday for this year, and we will also
be extended.
Yeah, it's been extended, and we will also be talking about ghouls and such. So please do make sure you join us for that. It should be a lot of fun. We almost did it today because I'm so excited to get to it, but I really want it to be a Sunday episode because those are kind of like the main days. Theme team, Lizardman question. Which Lizardman character would you consider to be the most diplomatic with other species? Who would be the most likely choice to send to the Conclave of Light, for example? Of like the Lizardman's special characters, you would send Teto Echo. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
Teto Echo, he's a really old, he's like a 100-plus-year-old skink priest, and he's very like, he's like a priest of heavens, so he has a lot of foresight. He's very, he's so well respected by the Lizardmen that he floats on a palanquin. And he is far more careful and diplomatic, and he's aged enough that a lot of like the typical skink skitteriness and stuff has kind of left him. He is who you send without a shadow, because you have to send a skink. You would not send anyone. The Slan would be too important and kind of impossible to understand, I think, for most characters. The Saurus are not good diplomats at all. Croxagors would not follow what's going on and would probably end up eating someone on accident. And so you would want to send a skink. And your skink character options, Tic-Tac-Toe is a military scout, so he's probably not the best choice. Tehenowin is definitely not the best choice because he is kind of terrifying and a bit crazy. And so Teto Echo is kind of the only realistic choice, but he's also, to be frank, the best choice. Like Teto Echo would be an excellent diplomat. Because skinks are actually, there's a significant amount of lore that a lot of people don't know about of skinks encountering people that come to Lustria of the Southlands or whatever. Skinks make for, like, the good older skink priests are pretty good at dealing with outsiders. and they pick up languages really fast.
Yeah, skinks are intelligent bureaucrats that are city folk. Burghers, if you want the human equivalent. They are the people who live, work, and effectively run the cities. And that comes hand in hand with an ability to lead others, direct others, and in turn work as diplomats as and where required. It's one thing that I think is relatively telling about the entire Lizardmen setup is that they don't actually have any particular forward-facing Lizardman type. There's not, for example, the Lizardman diplomat breed. And there's a reason for that. The old ones weren't really in for the big diplomacy when they were kicking around back in the day. They were genocidal maniacs. So be aware that diplomacy, at least in the early days, was not high on their list of wants, needs, or outcomes. But the skinks very much do fulfill that role very well.
Yep. Captain Magma, petition to name the city Krimgelto, donate $100. Haha, not in your life. We already extorted you guys last stream. Ethically is what I'm going to blame it on. We're not doing it again.
Nicely done, ethically, my bomb.
Yeah. The Stalin Drope. Please add a Dread Saurian temple with a Saurian. So that is something we'll talk about because that is something that was added to the lore, though of course a little later. That we will get into is like the concept of the Dread Saurians, which according to the Monstrous Arcanum there are very little, if any, that are truly feral and wild anymore. The vast majority of them have been kind of taken into the temple cities and are revered as like living relics of the old ones. But we will get into that. And also, thank you for the membership. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Holy Artist, we built this city for Gorok and Crook. Oh, the original. It's yeah, there's enough space for the two of them. Yeah. In that nice little old people suburb.
And for those of you who are interested in knowing where and when the ghouls will be, it's this Sunday at 4 p.m. UK time. I know because I've just set up the room and it's now live. So if you want to go and mark that, make sure you've got the bell rung over on YouTube, for example, you can go do so.
Zach R, will you also design a new unit or maybe a special spawning that originates in this temple city? Oh, that could be something we kick around as an idea.
Yeah, totally. And the will we is more, do you think that's a good idea? And if so, why? And I think this is going to be something that I'm going to be doing throughout the course of this stream. It's going to be not necessarily coming up with loads of funky ideas, but it's going to be trying to channel those ideas into something that makes sense. It's great to create new stuff, but that new stuff needs to serve a purpose. There needs to be a very strong reason for why this particular place has got or does not have a thing. And I'd like it to be more than just because we've figured that's what we'd like to do today. I'd like there to be an overall story that's being told. So I am definitely going to be channeling, hopefully, the creative energies a little bit.
Yes, because we have a fun thing to reveal to y'all in just once we get through these about how exactly the stream's going to work. Marathi, do the Lizardmen play that Aztec basketball-like game? I would say yeah.
Yeah.
There is
almost certainly.
Yeah, there are some really cool things they added in the new Lustria book that talk about the Lizardmen in games. One of the ones that I found really, really fun that made a lot of sense and also adds to their character is the games between Saurus, which is that the Saurus have a series of games. They have one that is a tabletop game that it's kind of similar to, I wouldn't call it chess. But it's a war game, and from the Saurus's perspective, it's an exercise in tactics and strategy. So they have a game with very streamlined rules that they use to move pieces around a board and practice concepts of strategy and tactics. And to the Skinks, it's more like an actual game, whereas to the Saurus, they don't really have like the concept of they don't do it for the concept of fun. They do it for the concept of practice. But when you have games like that basketball game where you is the game where you have like a hoop that's hanging from the side of a thing and you have to throw it through, for Lizardmen, particularly once again the Saurus, it's an exercise in strength, team building tactics, agility, like using working together to accomplish a certain goal, things like that. Because although the Saurus and Skinks and stuff kind of spawn out of the spawning pools as basically adults, Lizardmen don't have a childhood. They just kind of emerge. They nonetheless do need to put skills and techniques and to practice. They do learn. They do develop as they get older. And so things that we would look at as games, just kind of, once again, like Andy said earlier, when you're looking at what wild creatures do, wild creatures play. And the point of play is to practice skills. Whether you see like cats sneaking up on each other and surprising one another, or play fighting between dogs, and all of this stuff. Lizardmen have that same thing. There are games that they do that the point isn't necessarily, or isn't, to be frank, fun. It's to practice skills that they're going to need for performing their various roles.
And if you want a real bit of extreme out there, definitely not real lore, but lore that was definitely going to be lore if I was still running things, we originally had the setup in place for Middenball being routed through 2 Lizardmen ball games. And the elves and the Lizardmen, way back during the time of the old ones, would sometimes meet, and they would play games and cultural exchanges. And that made the ball game route move through to the elves, which in turn got moved over to the Lorelorn over in the old world, got kept through and turned into, eventually when the elves met through to the humans of Middenheim, or Middenheim as it's called later, they introduced the concept of the ball games, which turned into Middenball, or Snotball as it's more colloquial known, at a later point. So in the version that we were building there, the root of and evolution of the gamesmanships that pop up all over the place in the old world also routed back through to the Lizardmen. But that didn't get written into the book. It was going to be written into our version of what we were building for Lustria, but that didn't happen.
I will say, I still consider that canon, because the for anyone that wants to laugh, because I know we've talked about doing a stream about it at some point, but the one genuinely realistic and fun thing about Blood Bowl is that the rules of Blood Bowl were discovered in a Lizardman Temple City by ruins, by a group of dwarves and greenskins, who then decided to settle their differences by playing the game, which is very silly. But the game originates with the Lizardmen, and it's just kind of a divergent timeline where like Blood Bowl was discovered, and then Warhammer Fantasy went this way and Blood Bowl went that way.
And the version of Middenball that I presented in I think it was Rough Nights and Hard Days, where I popped that one in there.
Yes.
Was actually based on a Blood Bowl game that I made using Blood Bowl rules, but converted into something else with a whole bunch of kicking rules and all the rest of it. So I had a complete version of Blood Bowl Middenball that worked, and I could play Middenball using a Blood Bowl board. Because although obviously Blood Bowl is not in the Warhammer world, that doesn't mean that there's not a version or 4 in the Warhammer world that does make sense. So very much was an inclusion.
Yeah. In Total War Warhammer, there are Middenball fields you can find on the map in Total War Warhammer. Yeah. There's stadiums that you can find them. So will our Lizardman City have a Middenball field? Yes, it will. That's not negotiable.
Or the equivalent.
Or the equivalent, yeah. Still loading. I got an idea for 2 to 3 streams, ranking each spell interpretation in Total War 3.
So many.
You could spend 2 to 5 minutes on... Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. Have you met us?
2 to 5 minutes. Have you listened to us? We'd be lucky we spend 2 to 5 minutes discussing the fact we're going to discuss a spell, let alone the actual spell itself.
Yeah, like, is that a possible idea for a stream? Sure, but I don't think, not anytime super soon, because that's, oh my god, that would be so long. But that is something we could think about doing. We would definitely need to cut it into parts. Biofoot 78, where's the Fishman Embassy? It was in Chup Yodel, which is very unfortunate. Because now it's functioning as a Fishman apartment instead of an embassy. Hey again, before the Lizard festivities get started, I'm writing a short fan fiction where an ogre Iron Gut is explaining why his and a white lion's job are basically the same. My question is, who decides to kill who first? Well, depending on elves, it depends on how you build your white lion character, like the actual elf, because a lot of white lions are a bit more, they're different from other elves. They live a very different lifestyle that ends up building them kind of a different character. And some of them are noted to deal with outsiders better than like your more higher up politically minded elves, but it depends. Now, if you want specifically to have a white lion who is trying to explain to an ogre why their situation might not be the same, and kind of lean more into that haughty elf, and that ends up leading to a fight, you could absolutely do that. In which case, the elf would probably definitely throw the first punch. But you could also, like, if you were gonna have an elf that could actually listen to an ogre talk about the fact that they're both essentially glorified bodyguards, I feel like a white lion is probably one of the few kinds of elves that could hear an ogre explain that and be like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, my only addition to that one would be elves are often, particularly high elves, given this haughty, better than you position, and rightly so. But I will note that Trace in particular is one of the outer kingdoms rather than the outer and the inner kingdoms. It sits on the outside of the islands, and the outer kingdoms are generally viewed to be more worldly than the ones that are on the inside, which are generally quite insular, living their own little dream. So if you're looking for one to have potentially an open-minded view, at least you're in the right area. But high elves are high elves.
Yeah. Mo Amora, thank you very much. Happy holidays, gentlemen. This is the first time I'm able to catch live. Hey, awesome, great, welcome. This one's gonna be a little different than our normal ones. But yeah, it should be fun. Lord Atreus, what would you think of Dakala being used as the Koreshi/Snaky threat in Total War Warhammer 3 instead of full-on Koresh? Appreciate you both, God bless. So if I was at CA and I knew for a fact beyond the fact that, like, okay, Koresh is just not possible. It's never going to be able to do. Like, we can't do it. It's just not going to happen. Could you stick Dakala in, like, the kind of Koreshi provinces as, we can't give you a full snake people race, but here's kind of a snake person that doesn't have anything to do with Koresh. Though, if I recall correctly, she was down there during the end times.
She was. Because,
yeah, so,
like, who else was going to be there?
Yeah. I don't know how she got there from the North Chaos Waste, but, whatever.
Yeah, sure.
So,
it
like,
happened.
could they put her there? Sure. Would it be my preference? No. I would rather her be somewhere closer to where she actually is supposed to be, way up north, being an interesting threat, going onto the ocean, heading for Ulthuan. But, you could do whatever. Yeah,
ditto. I wouldn't be particularly pleased with that because it's almost like a kick in the teeth. It's a, hey, you wanted Lizardmen? Snake men. Here's a Chaos Snake thing instead, and we're going to put it right in the same place. Ha ha! You don't get what you want. It would be disappointing. I would prefer that not to occur. If they're going to do it, I'd rather they did it properly or just didn't and leaned into the benefits of the characters for who they are, rather than some random choice to try and appease a fan base that's not going to be appeased by such a thing.
No. Crimgalto, welcome to Crimgatoville Park. Some total
maybe 100.
No. Zakar, what if the city holds some working old one tech? It will, though we'll talk about how that actually works for modern Lizardmen, because it's different than you might think. Because we'll get into, especially if you go back and watch our Tahanwin stream, we actually talk a lot about Lizardman religion and how it's more of a system of things that used to be a very scientific, well-understood process, and it's kind of devolved into religion and superstition and performing things that, like, so working with an old one piece of technology, but kind of like, for those of you that are familiar with 40k, the Adeptus Mechanicus, right? Where there's all these ridiculous, unnecessary rituals that are believed to make things work better, but it actually has nothing to do with it. Where there could be a lot of ceremony about the build up to pushing a button because this is the way I was taught to do it, and it's like hundreds and hundreds of generations of skinks before me, and it's kind of devolved down into this. So will we have some working old one tech? Yeah, we absolutely will, but it will probably be treated as something very different. Elijah Snow, I have smaller Lizardman cities in my Wolfram game, but even those have ancient half-understood features such as archives and surface to orbit cannons. My map of Hexwaddle is as big as Altdorf. Yep.
Hexwaddle.
Yeah, Hexwaddle is huge. It's especially because Hexwaddle very uniquely is a military city, which is something we'll kind of talk about, where you may not actually know this if you play Total War, because all the cities have walls, but actually in the lore of Lustria, Hexwaddle is the only temple city that has walls. The rest of the temple cities are protected through other means, but just go flat straight out into the jungle. Which kind of adds in some really fun ways to the flavor of, if you were exploring a ruined Lizardman temple city, you actually probably entered the city several miles back and didn't realize it because the jungle has reclaimed so much of it. You've actually been in the city for way longer than you think you have. Daniel Martin, interesting city design, but Chorfs do it better. Glory to Hatchet, our father in darkness. Well, I mean, what's one ziggurat to another ziggurat, right? Almost like there's something about ziggurats in the Warhammer world that might have something to do with the winds of magic and things of that nature, but who could say? I don't know. Go watch the Zarnakrid stream. Inquisitor Thomas, money to have the city plundered by the best Mortarch, Luther Harkin. Listen, he's plundered cities before. It did not go well for him. You would hope he's learned his lesson, even though he definitely hasn't. Lador, the more you describe the Lizardmen, the more they sound like a cargo cult. Well,
to a degree they are, but only partially so, because at the heart of most Lizardmen cities, I say most because there's always going to be one that isn't, there are the Slann, who, whilst they may not exactly be communicating very well with the rest of the Lizardmen, not that they're strictly speaking Lizardmen, they're amphibians anyway, but whilst they may not be communicating particularly well with those beneath them, they are often privy to great and deeper secrets that the rest of the community certainly isn't. But it's fair to say that many of the Lizardmen, most of the Lizardmen, are not living with any awareness of the greater pattern that they are actually following.
Yep. Wolf. Doom the War, the local of High Priest Chembo ponders, puffing on the bamboo pipe, tripping his top hat to the punters, the new spawning of Tephok. I don't understand half of what I just read.
Coolest chim, ain't he?
I know. Spawning a Tephok, I caught that part. Puffing on a bamboo pipe is interesting. It'd be amusing to imagine a skink smoking. I don't
Which
think
I'm sure some may.
Yeah,
definitely. In fact,
I think there's some that definitely would. Yeah,
definitely. I'm particularly
the
shamans.
Board would be very interesting.
Yeah, they're priests. Yeah.
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 Especially skinks. Skinks actually have like what's the word I'm looking for? They have, like, considering how skittish and often kind of nervous of a disposition they have, it is very easy to imagine a lot of them have various ways to calm down. Whether that's using substances, because like Slann use substances. Slann like eat certain things, or they have braziers that burn certain kinds of incense around them that help them reach a meditative state. So the idea that the skinks would replicate it using different things actually, I think, is very accurate. Same box. Will there be some outsiders sneaking in the city to do some skullduggery, some dark deeds? Also, just got a copy for Christmas.
Buy the game, nice. Buy the game, buy the game.
Thank you for purchasing your. And by the way, when y'all get your copy of Dark Deeds, feel free to pop into Andy's server and or the Rookery server, or even mine, and just shoot an at Andy. I saw somebody on our server just got their copy the other day. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Grimgato, fuck your ethics, Searing Doom! I mean, if you want to give us money...
Searing Doom. That was one of my favorite old spells.
It's a good spell. Searing Doom was hilarious against elite troops. Because like, oh, you have a 2-up armor save? That's unfortunate. Andres Barnek. I'm GMing a Wolfer game with Astalia, Talea, and Araby. Not a lot of updated lore.
Yeah.
How to use OG lore. How to world build those realms. I don't have the time to read entire novels, and the wiki sucks. What then? That's like an entire stream in and of itself.
That is a stream in and of itself. So I'm sorry to say, Andrej, that this is too much to cover in just a quick comment that's pithy. But I will say that, broadly speaking, you do have to do it yourself because it doesn't exist. Even if you dive into the older novels, you tend to find, particularly for Araby, Tilly is less the case. Tilly's got a good chunk from about 5th edition onwards, and a lot of novels are set down there too. But Araby in particular, no. There's just nothing. So, broadly speaking, you're going to need to be world building yourself, which is an entirely different stream. I have 2 sources to recommend for that, though. Number 1 is the Rookery streams that we do, where we've got quite a few world building ones. If you go over to Rookery Publications, you'll find, if you go back through its big back catalogue of streams, there's a bunch that are focused on world building. But I'm also going to suggest going to, shocker here, somebody else's stream. In this particular case, World Anvil. World Anvil stream every single week, and World Anvil is a big program that's online that you can basically world build with. And Janet over there does streaming every single week with world builders from across the world, and they discuss how to world build. So that is almost certainly a good place to have a quick go at. They've got a YouTube channel as well, World Anvil. Just look it up, you'll find it, and you will find literally scores, maybe even hundreds of streams just sitting there from the past where you can look at various world building techniques that you can deploy, and they are hopefully mostly marked out.
Is there a place where you could submit ideas for a Rookery episode? Because, like, if y'all ever did an episode on, like, trying to salvage old, like, problematic lore from, like, various settings, and, like, how do you update those? Like, keep the spirit, the fun stuff, but, like, throw off the problematic elements? That would be a fun stream.
I might pick that up a little bit on, because this last Saturday we were off because I was so ill. But this Saturday it's going to be sort of our Christmas wish list of things that we like. And that could be incorporated into that easily, and a quick discussion about how to take older lore and update it in a way that's both cool, awesome, holds the core components of what you like, but also adapts it into something that's new and interesting.
Magladrov, what do you think of CA's cheeky Koresh map expansion doesn't actually mean new faction 6.0 blog? I believe they are doing as... CA has a difficult thing where they want people to be excited about what's coming in the future, but they try to direct people's excitement towards things they consider reasonable, because they don't want people constantly asking for things that are not on the immediate to-do list, because it can lead to a bad feedback where they release stuff and then people are really angry that they didn't release the thing they wanted, and it can get ugly. It's happened in the past. Like, I've been working with CA when it's happened in the past. So it's one of those things where I think they're just trying to not let people get too feverishly attached to something that is not going to happen anytime soon. I don't think it means it'll never happen. I just think it's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, that.
Holy Artist, for that thing, Czar, of why all men at the grill have to click the tongs a few times to see if they still clickety-clack. Yes. If you're talking about like rituals that people do, that is a ritual that's very common in many homes. Xanaphar, hey, Sotek and Andy, nice to see you. How does the geomantic web work after the Great Catastrophe? Not well. How was it implemented in Total War Warhammer 3? Also, not well.
Not well.
Yeah, it's something that I've actually chatted with the devs about, and they're hoping to improve it at some point in the future. It's probably one of those things you'll see as like a between patch thing. But I'm going to super TLDR it for you, of just think of it as like a worldwide internet connection system, right? Like, everyone's connected via the internet, but everyone's connected using like actual wires, internet connection, not like satellite or whatever. And when the catastrophe happened, it was like some asshole went around with a shovel and just cut a bunch of these lines. So there is still an overall network of connections, but it's really, really weak. And a lot of them have been cut off. And there's constantly information or energy that's trying to go along these lines, and it gets stuck because there's no feasible connection anymore, and there's a lot of just problems with it. So information that used to be able to travel from one place to another super easily no longer can. Data or energy that used to travel from one place to another used to be super easily no longer can. It still functions, it's just not efficient. Is there an equivalent to cocaine in Warhammer? Reynolds Delight, I believe?
Yeah, there's a variety of different substances in different editions, but the answer is, at its shortest point, yes. There's more than one.
I hear about the Henry Cavill news. Yeah,
yes.
Cool, great. It'll be nice when there's something to actually show for it. I think lots of people are excited. Great, cool, wonderful. But we've got a city to build. All right.
Yes, we do. Do you have anywhere you'd like to begin? I have somewhere I'd like to begin as a general intro, I suppose. But do you have anything you'd like to say before we go?
The only thing I'll say before we go is that there will be a couple things we'll kind of talk about at the beginning of like what every city needs. Like, what are the fundamental building blocks?
That's kind of what I was going to say as well.
Oh, okay, excellent. Great. And then what we're going to do to make sure we have good interaction between us and y'all, because this will be a lot of fun, is that we're going to ask that y'all recommend ideas and thoughts. And we're going to basically try and get these all down on a little thing that we can draw around on, and Andy's going to be super nice and wonderful and do a lot of the drawing stuff for us. We'll see. And we'll talk about like how to try and make things work. So we're not going to necessarily like take your comment and just do it as is. We're going to take it and go, how can we fit this into the puzzle?
Yeah. So that's, I think, a very good angle to take right from the beginning. It's a puzzle, but it's a puzzle that has form. There's one thing you can say for certain about the Lizardmen, and that's that everything works to the great plan, to a pattern, to the puzzle that we're about to unpick. And we're about to build a city of some form. We haven't got any details as of yet. Perhaps Sotek has ideas, perhaps I have ideas, perhaps you have ideas. We're going to build them all together and hopefully create something. Before we dial into the exact what we're creating, though, I'd like to start off with something that I think is absolutely key. And that's to answer a slightly different question to what we're creating. And that is, why are we creating it? Now, obviously, we're creating it because we decided to sit down and create a city because that's cool. But there's more to it than that. The big why is more about, what does this city represent? What is this city about? Because the second you start drilling down on the core moods and themes of what this city is about, everything else starts to fall into place. One of the things that I often found when I was receiving work from other writers about Warhammer is that they would just write about the thing they thought was cool without any direction at all. So you tended to find that they went sprawling off in weird directions and it had no cohesive story that was being told. And ultimately, that's something that I think is always an essential component of creating anything when you're world building. And that's, what's the story we're attempting to tell here? And is it the story of a city that was lost? One that was reclaimed? One that's been hidden away? Ultimately, we are building something that's not on the maps currently. So the first question to answer is why, and what's the story being told? There's also a whole host of other things we need to answer as well, which is, bluntly, what's in it? And at its loosest description, most Lizardmen cities are great crumbling ruins of what once was from time immemorial. Now, some of them have, as we discussed, been reclaimed. Others have been completely isolated from the rest of the Lizardmen cities because their connection to the geomantic web was cut by that giant shovel that was being mentioned by Sotek a little bit earlier. And we'll get on to exactly what the geomantic web means in just a moment. But what will the city itself look like? Beyond the tone, themes, and everything else that I would definitely like us to consider, we've got the basics of, at the heart of every big Lizardman city, there tends to be one gigantic temple. That gigantic temple is normally, but not always, to Sotek, and it is not always where the Slam Mage priests reside, because sometimes they have their own temples to the side. Depending on the size of the city itself, they may have their own residences, or they may be resident directly in the center. There may also be no Slam Mage priest resident at all, which is also a potential story that you can tell. But most of the cities have got at least one or more Slan still in residence, and these tend to commune like the big great frog deity-like creatures that they are, out in the open, underneath the elements, but protected from it by a shell of magic that just constantly goes as Lizardmen scurry around them doing whatever it is that they believe their big toad-like master wants. Because do be aware, most of these Slan do not communicate at all well, and often when they do, it's at great distances from the last time they talked, which could have been 10, 20, 30 years ago, or even centuries earlier, because they just sit there communing underneath the elements, often with other Slan Mage priests who are connected through the geomantic web, because where the Slan sits is on the center of a great connection, a cluster point of ley lines, where the geomantic web allows them to communicate with other Slan and discuss the great plan and what they're doing at often a very slow rate. Consider them a little bit like the tree men of conversations in comparison to how Lord of the Rings presents their very slow moots. The Slam Mage priests are not exactly speedy when it comes to their communications. So they may be sitting in the center there, they may be sitting beside a great pool where they can literally watch anywhere in the world. They may be beside a giant gate, a great stone edifice that is wrapped around with ancient runes that they can activate and take the people of their city anywhere in the world, because Lizardmen Lizardmen are kind of like that. But that's, again, assuming that they are on a nexus point of the geomantic web that's still connected to everything else. In the center of our city, we'll also have a few things which are worth discussing. One is the great pyramid temples themselves. Each one is generally, but not always, dedicated to one of the old ones, or Sotek, or indeed anything else that you might imagine is important to them. It could be to one of the primary spawnings. It could be to an ancient figure. It could be to some unique group that are held there, whether it's some old-blooded Saurian group, whether it is some unique version of the Lizardmen that are in this place. These are all things that may have their own core temples near the center. These temples are normally aligned around constellations, star systems, and whether that's aligned as in their direction points out the stars in the sky, or whether that's they are literally a so above, so below version where the constellation that's above is mapped out down below. All of these are considerations for how we build this version of the city. And if such interests you, we actually have 20 constellations from the Warhammer world mapped out already if you want to have a look at those. Those can be brought up pretty easily because I've got them to hand. So that's also something to consider.
Would you be able to see the 20 star signs from the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, because they go round apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. So
great. Okay,
yeah.
great.
Yeah. So apparently, yes.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is when. Okay. Yeah. Anyway.
So in the center, we normally have all of our great barracks for the Saurus, and then we move out from the Saurus and our core Lizardmen to the great Barrios all the way around of the Skinks, which is the city itself. And whilst it may appear like they are incredibly ordered, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are living within an existing framework. Sometimes it's been lost to the jungle. It's up to us exactly how this builds and how big it is. Some cities have tens of thousands of skink living out their lives, and their lives are lives. They're not all necessarily following ritualistic pattern every day. Some are playing games, some are just living, they're doing their washing or whatever else that they need to do. This is a proper city with all manner of stuff inside it. So do consider what could be found out there in their great big barrios out there. But beyond that, my only general recommendation is the classic city structure of it's big in the middle, and it falls outwards from there. If we're building a really big city, in the center we probably have a lot of very tall pillars, which once may have held Slan, who were communing with what lay behind. It may, in our version, no longer have Slan sitting at the top because they might be dead. Indeed, it's quite common for many of the cities to have what effectively are mausoleums for the old Lizardmen. And in this case, the old Slan. The ones that died, their husks, their shells still held within the pyramids, now dead and dormant, but looking somewhat similar to something like the end of an Indiana Jones movie, with all the old dead Slan sitting there, probably with giant crystal skulls, and everyone's saying this movie's shit. They'll have some equivalent of that. It's possible that we've got ourselves a Lizardman city where they're all dead, all the Slan, and they are led by the ghosts of the past. Or alternatively, there might just be one young one alive, or several old ones. They might be cut off from everything else completely. It's up to all of you and us to figure out exactly where it goes. But broadly, big in the middle, going out to the city on the outsides, and then into the jungle beyond that is a loose description with almost certainly a layout in this city that in some way reflects the heavens. Whether it's just showing a great starburst of sunlight, or whether it's actually reflecting one of the great star systems in the sky. It's entirely up to you what you think is a good idea.
Yeah, so there's a couple things that I like the idea of that I think we can grab at, is that I definitely think that we want to do like a full city, a good sized temple city, and something that we should probably decide right here at the start is, do we want to do like a reinterpretation of one of the living cities, because there's only 5 of them, or do we want to do a custom city, in which case it would almost certainly need to be a ruined city?
So I have gentle opinions, but I don't feel that I'm particularly strongly pulled in one direction or another. My gentle opinions are, if we were building one, the only way you can be certain that it won't be overwritten is to build a custom one. Because there's nothing like building something that's really cool and then having Games Workshop half a year later say, you know all that shit you did? We've rewritten it and it's worse. And you're like, oh, all that cool stuff that we did, and it feels like it was done for nothing. This happens to fan communities a great deal, and there's an easy way to avoid that, and the way to avoid that is that you build something that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be ruined. It could be, for example, shoveled off from the rest of the geomantic web, so we've got ourselves an isolated place which isn't necessarily in contact with the rest of the Slan and their various temple cities. It could still be a really large one, but it's cut off. Nobody knows about it. It could be isolated, and it's super easy to be isolated in either the Southlands or Lustria.
Okay, let's just do a custom one then.
I think that would be an easy, but it's not necessarily. But I think that would work.
And I've seen some comments, so I will go ahead and answer that. We're not going to really say if it's in Lustria or the Southlands, because ultimately it doesn't matter. They would be the same.
I disagree. I'd say that tonally they could be
subtle.
I think tonally they could be very different depending upon where you cite it, especially if you're looking at who has discovered it, who are they in contact with, and what is working around it, because the story of Lustria would be a very different story considering the peoples that have arrived there and the various attempts to infiltrate the jungles and spread out that have been made there, in comparison to the Southlands, which has got all manner of stuff down there, and its jungles are impenetrable for different reasons. So whilst, I would argue they could be the same, equally, they could be really different, and it might give us an opportunity to dial in on those differences if we wanted to do so.
Okay, so you know what? That's actually where I'm going to start us off. And while y'all are voting on this, I will get caught up on Super Chat stuff. This is going to be a very even more casual than even our normal casual streams. If I'm going to be doing a lot of back and forth with y'all chat, so be prepared to have a lot of chat here. So our first question is going to be: do we want to be in the Lustria or do we want to be in the Southlands?
I'd put 3: Lustria, Southlands, and not specified. So if people would like to build one that could be in either place, then let's go for that.
Okay.
I was largely just arguing as an alternative to yourself. Just
Someone's going to come in and be like, Dragon Isles!
Yeah, totally. But I think that they are the two obvious ones, or something else.
Okay, yep, that works for... So if you do unspecified, I think what we're going to interpret that as is we're not going to put as much weight on like where it is, because we're going to make it of like it doesn't ultimately matter as much in that case.
It would suggest that we're looking at a place that's completely isolated and has through its isolation developed in potentially a unique way, but equally, because we're looking to tell some form of story, that isolation will have been cracked. So there will have been a recent connection, presumably, or we wouldn't be making the place, because what's the point of making something that never gets used? So yeah.
Put it in Sterland. Yeah. So if you're like, I would like to do one where it's more about the isolation and what could theoretically have happened in recent history to reveal it, and that could be your own headcanon as far as, oh, it was discovered in Albion, hidden by the mists, or it was down deep in the jungles of Koresh, like the lost city of the old ones, or it's up in the Dragon Isles and it's, surrounded mostly by the feral lizardmen and has only been recently rediscovered, and yada yada. Then that's for that. Obviously, if you choose like the Southlands, we're going to talk about the Southlands more heavily. If you choose Lustria, we're going to talk about Lustria more heavily. Lustria has the most material by far. Southlands is a very not nearly as much, but there are different kinds of factors that we have to weigh in more heavily on. And then unknown, obviously, we'll kind of do what we can there.
Yeah, totally. Agreed. So I don't have a preference. I'll be interested to see what you all prefer. And that will immediately start shaping it. And as we're discussing that as well, my first direction, as I consider channeling, is not what's in it, what cool shit is it, and all the rest. It's what's the tone? What's the point? What are we building here? There is an enormous difference between a place that has, say, for example, an overall tone that is spooky, or a place that has an overall tone that is techno-friendly, or a place that's got an overall tone that is lost and unsure, or a place that's perhaps a literal echoing dusty hallway in comparison to what it used to be. Ultimately, the answer to the question will depend upon what are we building this for. And if we're building this for example, just creating a cool place that could be visited in, say, a role-playing game, which is generally a good reason to build these things, what's the point of creating something that can't be used at all? If we're doing that, then we both have to consider what it is that we want to present to the players, and what sort of tones and words and motifs are we going to be using to make sure that whatever the core central idea of this city that we're building is for is absolutely communicated through to those who visit the place, which means that whatever our primary direction is, it should be a repeated set of motifs, tones, and themes that will be very clearly written into everything that we create.
Yep. Voting. Please make sure you vote. The way this is going to work best is if people vote. So make sure you're good with that. I'm going to cut up on these real quick while we're waiting for votes to come in. Beldefy, hey guys, big fan. Is Diablerie?
Diablerie is the consumption of a vampire by another vampire to consume its soul.
Oh, I don't know necessarily about the soul part, but yes.
The blood.
Yeah, there are notes. Like Manfred von Karstein has a whole freaking thing about him going around basically eating other vampires.
Yeah.
He's big on that, and it's why he got really fucking strong. Hell, his armor, the armor of Drakenhof or Tempelhof, I think it's Tempelhof actually, is really cool because the story behind it is that Manfred basically called a conclave of von Karstein vampires. And then he showed up and killed them all and used their remains to make his armor. So it's got the essence of a bunch of vampires in it, and it makes him really hard to kill compared to literally any other vampire.
So, Veldefy, the concept of Diablerie isn't a thing per se in Warhammer Fantasy, but as is often the case with Warhammer, you will find versions of almost everything within it somewhere. And we have multiple instances of vampires being consumed completely by other vampires and their traits being passed on. So ideas like Diablerie are definitely there, but they're not quite the same. In particular, there is the whole idea of basically muddying up your bloodline and making it no longer what it originally began by consuming other vampires and taking on their traits, which does pop up in a couple of places. So the answer to that is kinda.
Violet says Temple City to the goddess of femininity. So that would be Rig, interestingly enough.
Goddess Rig.
Yeah, and there would be that would tie us very much into the Amazons. That would probably put us over in Lustria. That being said, could we have a small shrine or a temple to Rig that's somewhere in the city and kind of discuss that? Yeah, I'll go ahead and put that on the list. I'll probably put that in the... Most of the old one stuff is in the inner city. So I have a notepad where I'm going to be writing down everybody's ideas in like the vague area we'll go, which for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to break us down into 5 little sections for our Lizardmen Temple City, which is we have our central pyramid, which will be a little bit of a discussion. The inner city, which is where pretty much all of the actual old one stuff is.
Old one stuff,
with like 2 very minor exceptions, because there's like a couple of old ones that like to be further out. Then the underground section, because temple cities go down. They are very, very deep. Way deeper than a lot of people think they are.
It's often where you find all the Saurus barracks as well, and their various spawning pools.
Yeah, the spawning pools of the Saurus. Yeah. And then the 4th section is the outer city, but still like part of the core city. So like where a lot of the skinks live and stuff like that. And then the final will be the surrounding jungle and shrines, where you'll find certain specific old ones, but also things like where they keep the wild beasts. So like your things where they raise like the stegodons and the carnosaurs and things of that nature.
Yeah, totes.
So I will go ahead.
I think that's a pretty good general direction. But again, before we start, I would like to have at the very least a tone. What is the undercurrent of this city? What is the story we're trying to tell? So think about that. Do drop in comments what you think this city could be like. Just think of a single word even. What does one word to describe the tone of what this city is and why this place is unique? We already have the idea that it's probably isolated depending upon where people have gone. I don't know who's winning the vote.
We're in the Southlands.
We're in the Southlands. Okay, fair enough. So when the Southlands, then isolation appears to be a core component of everything that we're going to be building. But what's the tone of the city itself? What makes this place unique and unlike any other Lizardmen city? So as we're building this, we can constantly refer back to our city is like this, and then try to apply whatever this is to our pyramid, to the surrounding old ones, to the ones that are crushed and crumbling, to the ones that are still standing. Is this place, for example, a refugee area from war? Is this a place that's been reclaimed and isn't what it originally once was? Is this place still standing almost from the beginning? There's lots of different ways we can tackle it, but the easiest way to answer all of those questions is to decide what does this place represent. So start figuring out the core of what you think is important. For example, I think some good ones popping up already there. Dread. Dread is a great word and one that's not often associated with Lizardmen. And using dread right through the throat. Think of a proper scary, for example, Slan Mage Priest that's still alive, separated himself completely from all of the other Lizardmen. A truly horrendous figure who has absolutely no interest in the Gold One's plans anymore. The entire place is very different the second you take that tone on. Completely changed that though with research. Suddenly everything has changed. We have a completely different tone. Ultimately, the one that we're looking for is the one that creates the coolest story for our PCs. Imagine a bunch of characters, whether you're playing a computer game where there's characters who are infiltrating the place, a tabletop role-playing game where you are characters infiltrating that place, or whether you're playing a war game and this is a new place that's been added. As they come into this place, what is it that's going to make the coolest story to tell? Simple research is not necessarily a cool story unless we build one. Industry, okay, is not what we would generally ascribe to, for example, Lizardmen. There's lots of really cool stuff here.
Yeah,
what
so
do you think as ideas?
What I would ask for people that are commenting is A, try and avoid concepts that like are really heavily claimed by some of the cities we already know. Like Rebirth is very big for Hwaddle, the Awakened City, or Hope is really big for the city in Albion. Or, you know, the sun is Hex Schwaddle's thing, or, you know, Mist is the thing for Slunhapek. So try and avoid like those, but type like theme and then like colon your idea. And I'm gonna try and look for ones that are really popular, and we'll do a poll vote here in a little bit. Ooh, yeah. Deathless. That's kind of an interesting one.
So we had one there for Heron, for example. Discordant, something that's a little bit different. Everything about it is tonally a bit wrong. For example, his suggestion there is no Sauruses, Skinks are divergent due to being forced outside the rules, Slan still issuing instructions. So we could have ourselves
that's very Southlands coded, I'll say.
Yeah, it really is as well. Entire mausoleums dedicated to the lost Saurus, for example, and the old-blooded Saurus that no longer exists. Maybe one or two Saurus are all that live. From the previous generation, maybe one hoary one who is all armor plate and broken limbs and old scars and only one eye and not very capable of doing things. But the idea of discordance is, I think, a relatively unique term. So that's quite a nice idea.
Yep. Catching up with some super chat stuff. So I'm going to be watching the chat for your ideas. So keep throwing them out. And if you see one that you go, oh, I really like that, say the same thing. Support that person. And I'll be like, oh, that's a popular one.
And before we get going, I'm going to probably pop to the loo. So
sure, I'm just going to read your piece.
Yeah, read on.
Yeah, Black Dracula. Idea: ruined spaceport / transportation hub, either for silver ships or just magic portals. An alternative would be a seaport for giant turtle ships. Bonus some Lovecraftian references from ancient Old One wars. So I like that a lot. I am going to go ahead and write that down on my list of ruined spaceport for silver ships, because that is something that's well established. We'll talk about that more a bit when Andy gets back. But Holy Artist, it's a forgotten temple city in the Lost Jungles of Koresh. So we're going with the Southlands to do the vote. But I will say that there is a very, very, very important place in Koresh called the Lost City of the Old Ones. It's actually the only main site that Games Workshop has ever detailed. Well, not detailed, but like pointed out on a map. Like we know where on the map it is because Games Workshop points at it whenever they show Koresh. And we know that Oxyodel has been through it, and that it's a silent, empty place that apparently has some deep, deep reverence for the Lizardmen, but we don't know why, which is really, really cool.
And I'm back.
Quick says, a lost city in the sands of Nehakara, a staging point from the Southlands. Southlands just feel empty, would make a great place for it. So that's what we could consider, if depending on the theme we go for. Is it something that could be a little further north, kind of where that jungle meets the desert?
Yeah, it's also worth noting that we've already alighted upon a potential Lizardman temple city in that area when we were building our version of the Tamarkan Brothers, where we had one of them.
Yeah,
it was one with, I can't remember all the deets for it.
Temple of Skulls. Temple of Skulls.
Yeah, Temple of Skulls. Totally, that was it. I don't think I necessarily want to build that, but it's definitely worth noting that we've sort of covered this to a degree already.
Yep. I do like Black Dracula's comment. I just wanted to bring it up so Andy could see it. Of somewhere in the city having a ruined spaceport where the silver ships of the old ones used to land back in ancient times. I think there's something we can play around with there. Though it'd be interesting to see how the Lizardmen interpret it in the many thousands of years.
I think that's an idea worth holding on to, and then whatever we choose for our primary mood, we then develop it using that. So, say for example, the primary mood is post-war, for example. We could have that entire area filled with giant craters and maybe the remains of a hulk of one of the old silver ships, all covered with vines, sitting out of it where one of them crashed during the cataclysm. Okay, but that would be a post-war city. If we're going for something that is, say, for example, developing, they might have almost Area 51 style, some remnants of a previous silver ship that they're investigating, attempting to recreate and do something with corpses that were once inside that thing that they have Area 51 style attempting to extract information from. There's lots of different things we can do, but the mood is going to pin down what the details of each one of these locations are, because immediately you'll start going, well, we want something, let's say, for example, dark, or we want something that is very evocative of a particular emotion. It depends entirely on what we eventually land on there.
Yes. Laughing God, setting in Albion. Yeah, and you also have you do have Kenquata, which actually does have some information about it. It's the city that I think it literally translates to something goofy like Hope or New Hope or something goofy like that. But there are some notes about that if you go read some of the old White Dwarf articles about Albion. And also the Lizardmen 6th edition army book talks about Kenquata. Watchdog 3079 maybe Lumbria, but we'd have to find Lumbria first. Okay, and before I go any further,
let's the lower lumber area.
Yeah, I do what.
Yeah, I went there.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get the poll up. So I'm reading the comments, and I'm going to pick. So, what is our Temple City theme?
So, what are you thinking for various themes so far?
So the ones that I have found that are interesting. So we have one which is Conquest.
Okay, I'm going to veto that one.
Sure,
because
that's fine.
If we're going for somewhere that's isolated, we will not be able to make that a core component of what it is.
Here's one. Repentance.
Repentance is interesting. Although, what's the story that you would tell for the players who arrive at the place?
So the one would be here is a group of Lizardmen, or a city of the Lizardmen that the Slaawn have become convinced that the world was lost to the Cataclysm and that the Great Plan has utterly failed.
There's something in that. Yeah,
so
I'm not against that idea at all. I think that works quite well. Plus, we've got ourselves a potentially unique location that we would be building using that, and the idea of not necessarily repentance wouldn't really fit that story, though. That would be much more, really, that's revolutionary. That's doing something different. That's a host of Lizardmen that are going in a very different direction because they believe that the great plan has basically failed. It would be a pretty unique location if we did that.
Yeah. I'm going to leave it as that just because y'all are listening. You know what you're voting for, even though that doesn't 100% describe it. But let's see. Another one I like is Armory/Industry.
I have no interest in that because it's not an interesting story. It's just what Lizardmen used to do. If we had our characters arriving at, they just find a factory and a bunch of Lizardmen just doing stuff, and you'd be like, yeah, but what's the tone? What makes them go, this is a place that's worth investigating? And there's not really a story being told. That's more discussing an individual location that you would find in a place that's got a tone. Is it a factory that's spooky? Is it a factory that is despairing? Is it a factory that's something else? So that's less a tone and more of a description of a location.
So we also have I like dread and death being combined. Dread/death.
Dread alone will probably do because death.
Dread.
Yeah, dread is really handy. It's a very open term, and a place that fills people with dread, locations that have dread for a core component as we build our way through. I think there's a lot you could do with that. Why does this place fill you with dread? And then you start building the locations that answer that question. And you also build questions for those, the primary coding of why the Slann, why it feels like, why are the Slann filled with dread? What have they seen? Whenever you're answering the question, you immediately start asking, getting answers that provide different questions. What has happened to the Slann to make them be filled with dread? That's a good question.
All right, so these two are technically super chats, but they're similar enough that I kind of think of combining them into a potential option. Mm-hmm. So we have the Predator rules that says a city that has remained hidden because the Lizardmen there have specialized in manipulating the savage orcs of the jungles and the forest goblins to protect it in some way, similar to a farmer owning bees in order to keep predators away, but then combining it with the idea of survival. A jungle that is degraded into a scrublands that is hostile to both the Lizardmen and their normal creatures. They're isolated utterly in a sea of grass.
So, again, we're not discussing necessarily the tone here. There is nothing that says that Lizardmen can't survive in an area that's not a jungle. There's literally nothing. And their physiology is completely adaptable. My issue with that one is that it removes the core component of isolation. This is now an open place that anyone can access with relative ease. And the savage orcs would not be so easily farmed if they could easily see what was farming them. If anything, they would be a constant threat and a terror from the outside. We would need to have slightly bigger barriers and more controls in place to allow that to work. Now, that's not to say it couldn't work. It's just that it would be a more difficult situation. The more open that we make it, the more the place is likely to be taken down by threats like the greenskins. The more we make it an isolated place that's perhaps sequestered in a corner of not just the jungles but the mountains somewhere, that's not just difficult to get because it's in an isolated area in a jungle, but because it's in an isolated part of an isolated jungle, then we don't need to worry about that per se. And the core of survival could survive that, as in survival as a core tone, as in everything they're doing is to survive, and that then starts saying that perhaps a whole host of horrors are happening in there. Cannibalism might be a thing, for example. Spawning pools that are being created purely to feed the populace. There'll be some rather nasty potential combinations.
I think
there.
That kind of ties into some people saying desperation.
Desperation, yeah. Desperation survival, I think, makes quite a good overall arc, but I don't think that having it out in the open is to its benefit. Making it as desperate as possible. Its isolation in this place would almost certainly fuel the desperate position that they find themselves in, especially if they are completely isolated from the rest of the geomantic web.
Yes, desperation is cool.
Yeah, that's pretty
another
cool.
one that I think could work as a last one would be interesting. Either hidden or darkness. I don't know if that counts enough for a theme.
Okay, so what we're looking here to try and build a story of hidden is, I think, a core component of what it is anyway.
Yeah,
so that's not so much a theme as just a descriptor of the location. We're wanting an almost emotional tonal theme. And why is it hidden? What has caused this? And desperation immediately starts providing potential answers to that. Dread provides very different answers to that because the place is horrific. What is causing them to be the way that they are? Not quite sure that one quite works. I'm looking for a way to grip onto that one. Darkness suggests benighted, suggests that they have lost their way. They live in darkness. They live in a perpetual, almost metaphorical darkness. They are no longer following the old one's great plan. There's routes that you could take with that.
Cooperation is kind of an there's a lot of people that are kind of tossing around the idea of trying to make one that like deals with the humans of the Southlands. I don't know if there's an emotional.
I think that's a double creation. Because we'd end up having to create communities of Southland people as well. And we'd end up being here 5 streams later, still having knocked out. I mean, we're an hour and a half in, and we haven't really started. So the idea of building a separate community on top will be a toughie.
See, we have divided, we have wisdom. We have
wisdom. So again, we're looking for you want to tell a story.
Yeah, think like
Divided
emotional words.
Divided tells a story, because that immediately says that as we arrive, there's more than one faction. We perhaps have ourselves an insane Slan mage priest who's lost it, separated from, for example, the geomantic web, and we perhaps have a skink who stands as an opposing character, who is saying that the Slan has lost his way, and the path of the path that the old ones had built for them is no longer being followed by this crazed lunatic. I don't think that's necessarily a great idea, though, because generally speaking, the Slan are always presented as pretty much as close to perfect as you can get.
Yeah, heresy.
And eroding that would be, I think, to the detriment of the Slan.
Yeah, I feel like for those that are suggesting heresy, that's kind of already in the repentance idea that we talked about earlier. Like, I feel like that would be kind of that heretical type theme. Oh, interesting. Denial. So,
what are they denying? That in and of itself
this
is a
one
question.
says this recommendation from Dragon Legend. The Slan has perished and become a relic priest, and the skinks of the city still treat it as if they're alive and are trying to cling to it instead of descending to their natural born instincts.
Weekend at Bernie's. So
kind of like the Dragon Isles, but more modern. So like what happened to the Dragon Isles, but like it's in the process of happening.
Yeah, you could definitely go down that route, and it would make for a very easy story to tell, because everything could be built upon the idea of what the actual facts are and them going against it. In fact, if you're looking for something that's relatively capable of providing us with a unique angle into satire, you could very easily turn this into a satire of fake news. The lack of truth that is represented in modern media, how people just say what they want to say regardless of what the facts are, and that could be very easily reflected in much of what we're doing. That would turn this into a more political piece as you're building it, but you certainly could do that with ease.
See, we've got reclamation, dissociation.
So reclamation is quite nice. Now, reclamation is, again, a little bit more of a description of what the place is, but there is, I think, definitely an argument for having, say, for example, the center isn't a center. It's a gigantic fucking crater. And what has been lost in the center there would be nice. So the reclamation wouldn't so much be the theme as it would be what has been lost. And it could be Lizardmen all gathered around, attempting to plumb out the old temple relics that are still down there, effectively turning it into an almost like a dwarf hold's worth of dungeon delving, going down to try and reclaim the secrets that have been lost in ages past. But again, we haven't really got a mood or a theme there. That's just a description of the place. The mood or the theme, attaching that place to, say, dread. Now, what lies at the heart of it? Suddenly, we've got questions being posed.
Yeah, uncanny is kind of interesting. When uncanny, I think, could have some interesting things about like the types of structures leaning into, but I feel like that could also kind of lean into the dread. But I guess uncanny and dread could be very different.
Yeah, I mean, uncanny, yeah, it's got that almost otherworldly feel to it. I'm not sure uncanny necessarily works well as a core theme, primarily because the Lizardmen kind of are anyway, in their own unique way.
What about misery?
I'd be scared of using misery because that devolves into Nurgle area, and broadly speaking, the Slan don't fall.
You know what? I got three good ones. We're just gonna vote on the three good ones.
Okay,
that we got.
good. I'm happy
So
with that.
We've got repentance, which also kind of with that we talked about a Lizardman city that survived the cataclysm but was dramatically changed by it. A city that became convinced that the great plan has failed, and therefore there's an interesting story going on there.
If you're choosing that one, I would suggest there's no Slan. Because the Slan don't fall.
So think about that.
They don't give in to that sort of thing.
If you pick that option, you are choosing a no Slan city. So keep that in mind. We have Dread, which could be a very interesting story. Definitely will have Slan involved.
Yeah, I definitely think so. This is at its core, you would be building something where every question we'll be asking is, why is it so fucking scary? What is it that makes nobody want to be involved with this place, including potentially the other Lizardmen? The isolation reason for here could be that the other Slan have isolated this place because they deem it to be separate to the plan or no longer part of it, while the Slan that's there absolutely plows on doing what it thinks is necessary.
We also then have desperation. A city that has become incredibly desperate due to various things, so I think if you're wanting us to build a city that is probably the closest to a typical city and you want to see everything that would go into building more of a typical city, I think Dread's probably going to take us more in that direction. If you want to have a city that still has a lot of the major components, but there's some interesting fraying at the edges, I think you want to go with desperation. And if you want to go with kind of the wildest idea, you probably want to go with repentance.
Yeah, I'd argue that the desperation one could actually be completely broken all the way through to its core as well.
That's true.
So you might find that desperation is by far the most broken of the various versions we go with, because every time we answer a question of why are they desperate, the easiest answer is always because the resource, the need, the thing that they want is missing, and they have to replace it with something else, which often means that the spawning pools are ruined for one reason. Something is tainted, something is broken, something isn't working the way it should do, and that immediately gives you answers there. So if you are going for that one, be aware you might end up with an absolute shell of a city, but all of the core components will still be there. It's just we're going to be discussing those components from the perspective of why are they resulting in us going, this place has left them in a very desperate position.
Yeah. All right. So the voting is up. Those are your three options. If you would go vote on those, I'm going to go ahead and kind of wander through some super chats here to get us kind of try and keep us caught up.
And while he's doing that, let me just say, please do vote. These streams only work when you vote and give us strong directions and leanings. It really does make a difference.
Yeah. Please take the time to vote real quick. Splinter Tech. I would like it to be a city that is researching trying to understand the spawning pools and possibly trying to create their own spawning pool. I think that could make it very unique. I think that would I think all three of those could potentially have that as something that's going on in the city, because
add to your notes.
Yeah, I'm going to add that to my notes.
Thanks, Splinter.
Spawning pool. Because that actually is something that gets explored a bit in Age of Sigmar, and it's fucking terrifying. The short story about it is really, really fun, of what happens when they do that. Let's see, spawning pool research, trying to create there, which could lead into some fun themes for any of those, depending on which style we go with. Wolf, Slan on crystal pillars that are mummified.
It's a very likely outcome, let's be honest.
Yes, that's not that weird, honestly.
The Whipplewolf, that is pretty much the starting point for your Slan. It's either alive and sitting on the top of a pillar or in a pyramid, or it's dead and sitting on top of a pillar or in a pyramid. And yeah, that's a very likely outcome.
Yeah, Andrea, Slan are funny. How can you be so powerful and do fuck all and sleep all the time? How to make them awe-inspiring wolf rip. So when Slan are asleep, they're not actually asleep. They are, but they're doing stuff when they're asleep. They do most of their work when they're asleep, because in reality, essentially, they're doing extremely complex calculations on various matters that need to be addressed. They're communing with other Slan. They're looking at the future, or they are patrolling what's known as the Great Warding, which is that the Slan will astral project themselves, and their spirit cells basically fly around the ley lines of the geomantic web, looking for issues, correcting minor errors, and they often patrol the northern and southern routes to reinforce the Great Warding so that the chaos cannot encroach closer to the equator. So they're kind of like making sure the world doesn't end at any given moment, which is a full-time job, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, the Slan are remarkable. And they should always be viewed with absolute awe, because they are awe-inspiring by their nature. That doesn't mean that they have to wander around killing shit at a battlefield, which of course they can do if you're playing Total War or some equivalent. But you've got to remember that Total War is very much the example that disproves this standard setup. And the standard setup is that they are communing with the world to best protect the world, and they are likely the only reason that the world hasn't fallen so much earlier. They are unique, in that they cannot fall to chaos. They are unique in that. And it was a core component of the discussions we were having when we were building up a campaign involving them. And that was, can you build a world in where something that can't be corrupted at all under any possible outcome? They just cannot be corrupted. The Chaos Gods cannot corrupt them. They can kill them, but they can't corrupt them. Can you do something that makes them act corrupt? And that's a really interesting question. But broadly speaking, I think your biggest issue is that you're perhaps not thinking of the bigger picture and what it would be like seeing one. They are extraordinarily and enormously powerful, constantly surrounded by an enormous magical field that protects them from the elements and anything on the outside, with lizardmen by their thousands potentially worshipping all around. They are not just the Slann sitting there having a nap. Quite the opposite. It is a figure at the center of worship by thousands. And they will do anything that that particular frog says to do. It is a terrifying figure if it should ever, for example, go martial.
Yeah, and I would actually really recommend 2 books that I would highly recommend checking out. I think it's the second book in the Tyrion and Teclis series. I think it's Sword of Calidor, I think is the name of that book, if I remember right. Has a scene where you get Teclis's perspective on a Slann from literally hundreds of miles away, and it's fucking Teclis. And Teclis goes, "That thing is fucking terrifying. We need to get off this continent before it wakes up." And like, he doesn't even want to cast a spell. Like, Tyrion's in danger. Teclis refuses to cast magic because he's terrified if he casts a spell, the Slann will detect it from many, many, many miles away and squish him.
Yeah.
And he's
they
like,
are terrifying figures. And when it comes to magic as a whole, they are, I mean, the best way to imagine them really is they are like the humans in a world full of ants. And nothing around them really matters. And that you're a human, you don't pay attention to the ants in your garden or outside. But should you try and infiltrate the house, you're all dead. They are that powerful. They are that big. And as we have noted, when it comes to the world getting flooded with magic, they are at the point where they are, as mentioned in the background more than once, wiping out demons by the million.
Yep. And the last thing I'll say, second book of the Thankful trilogy is also really good because it gives you a human and a Skaven perspective on a Slann. Once again, fucking terrifying. The human perspective is actually really cool because the Slann tries to talk to him, and it shows that the Slann is at such a higher level that it trying to talk to a human is like a genuinely almost mind-breaking experience for the person. Because the Slann doesn't talk in words, it talks in pure thought, and it's horrifying. All right, Dread won by a pretty big landslide.
Okay, right. So I quite like Dread. I have a couple of things to say before we dial into Dread and what it means and everything. And the first one is Dread itself. What does it mean? It means to have, well, a deep-seated, extremely powerful fear or worry about something that's going to happen, or something that might happen should you act in a particular way. So while we're discussing our various components of this city, okay, at its heart, we should always be saying, what are they afraid of that's going to come next? What is casting this great pall, this great shadow over this particular city? There is something that is out there that is just too worrying to contemplate. And exactly where is that fear and dread sitting? Now, there is not a single answer to this. Don't just think, well, now that we've got dread, we'll make up a reason for why everyone's dreading this. No, dread will be reinterpreted as a core motif, a core theme, pardon me, of this place again and again. In one location, the dread could be very localized because of, say, for example, a Lizardman Saurus, who is acting in a particular way that he shouldn't be, and that really concerns. There may be a Slann Mage Priest who has hasn't spoken for maybe the last 2,000 years, and everyone is deeply concerned about that and what it means. There's lots of different things that we could take. So, we don't need to have a single answer.
Yeah, I think I have a fun thing to kick us off here. This can be kind of an Andy Sotek decision. Well, we could chat about it and let chat vote on it. But I think something that often is really fun with the various temple cities is they have a central pyramid that is dedicated to a singular old one. And each of the cities usually is themed kind of around it, where it's like, Sotek, City of the Sun, and it has a lot of Sotek's themes and stuff. So the question would be, is this old one consistent with the theme of Dread, or is it ironic with the theme of Dread?
Or is it the source of the dread in a different way, as in it's not a figure of dread? Okay, it's a figure of dread because it's lost or something has gone wrong or some equivalent. There's different ways we could tackle this. It could be an old one who had its very nature. I mean, it would be a very direct reading, which would be it is an old one of dread. And it's not necessarily the city itself, which is in a state of dread, but that would definitely be one way to interpret that.
Yeah, so the three I'm going to give for chat, and with Andy's approval, I give Andy full veto rights on all of these. So we have Kwashatan, who is the old one over the domain of predators and stillness. He is the old one that represents the perfect stillness of striking predators, stops the deep jungles, and when he passes, all things become silent and all things become still.
Black Panther.
We also have Potek, which could be an interesting way to take it, who is the domain of protection against the supernatural. A defender against things that are not meant to be.
Okay.
Two more after that. We also have Inhamex, which has the domain of righteousness, known for being the old one who is known for being most easily enraged and can burn the literal skies.
Okay, right. So I like those three for very different reasons. There's one left to go.
The last one is Shapati, whose domain is the restoration of order. But the thing that is note about him is he who is invoked when righting wrongs and is called upon when dealing with the errant or the possessed.
Okay, so let's go through each one in turn. So what's the first one again?
The first one is Kwashatan, the domain of stillness and predators.
Okay, so we're looking there really for this is a figure who is possibly it is the central pyramid, and at its heart there is dread. We'd need to explain that with this figure. This is a hunter. It's probably it does feel very Black Panther.
I feel like this one would be more of there's something in the pyramid. There's something in there that's being kept in there that must not get out.
Yeah, this one feels very the Phantom for anyone that knows any of the old Phantom lore. It feels kind of attached to that too, just the idea of the hunter in the forest.
Though it is cool to imagine a temple city that where you walk in, there's no wind and there never will be. Everything is like it's a lot. There's like it's almost like the reality itself is hesitant in that place.
Okay. I think that can definitely start building a theme of dread like that. What's the next one?
Next up is Inhamesh, the old one that's known for getting pissed off super easily and supposedly can cause the skies to ignite.
Okay, this suggests that we've got ourselves a temple. It's a ticking time bomb. The temple was this is a temple to Inhamesh and is possibly the very heart of what it potentially planned for the end of the cataclysm or attempted to put in place, and the temple itself might go off.
We've got
that'd be awful.
yeah, that would be awful. Everyone, they're sitting on a nuke.
Burns the sky away. Oh, that would be terrible. Yeah.
Potek, he who is the protector against the unnatural, and is notably noted for his aversion to the undead.
Okay, then we've got one that clearly will probably attach through to. It'll be a more northern Southland one.
It could have an interesting story with how close it is to like Nagash and the Tomb Kings and everything.
Yeah. There's definitely something to that.
Maybe when Nagash casts his
that one being the case, it might be the dread might lie in the fact that the wards have recently come down. The wards of them, the old one, have collapsed, and the dead are going to come calling. So the Lizardmen themselves are afraid of what's going to come.
And then the last big one would be Shapati, whose domain is the restoration of order. He's invoked for righting wrongs or dealing with the errant and possessed. And what's noted is that he has little statuettes that are made in his likeness that, if bathed in offerings of blood, can be called upon to smite his foes.
Sounds very Salkin. Sounds a little bit of a copy paste there. That gives us more of a southern temple in the Southlands, one that's potentially standing against Chaos Hordes. We could actually have one that's in a state of perpetual war, which is why it's potentially isolated. And the dread could be tied into that. So maybe something that's closer to the Southern Gate, Beastmen of the South, that sort of idea. So that's potentially a slightly different route.
Do you want to veto any of those?
No, I'm happy with all those. They're pretty cool.
Okay.
There's no obvious story except for, I mean, each of them have got potentials. One's got undead, one's got the sky going on fire, which sounds pretty dreadful, so good use of dread. One sounds like it could be in a state of war in the south, which equally could be useful. The local, the dread just comes from the horror that comes with that. But ultimately, what one tells the best story to be visited by your PC should they arrive there? Which one's going to tell the most spooky story, or the most interesting story, or the most varied story? There's lots of different things that we can take there. So it's up to you out there. What do you prefer?
Yep. Okay, I'm typing those up. Give me just a hot second. I will abbreviate what these little ones are for because I can only fit so much text in. But Chad, hopefully you've been listening, you'll understand what they're all for. If I could spell, that'd be cool. And then the last one,
spelling for wusses.
Let's see. It was Sotek. Anti-supernatural. Yeah, Potek's also kind of interesting. He does dislike magic as well. He did teach how to like render it ineffective, which could be interesting based on how messy the world's gotten since Chaos. Let's see. Predators and Stillness. And then we've got hopefully everyone's having a lovely day out there, by the way, and enjoying yourselves as we hurtle towards Christmas here.
I'm loving the whole Christmas thing. I mean, Lindsay just bought me something for Christmas. I don't know what it was, but apparently it cost an absolute shed load. So who doesn't like to have presents that cost an absolute shed load, eh?
Okay, and then the last one is which is
Alrighty, is that them all in? Have we got our votes?
Yes, polls have started.
Excellent.
And while that's going on,
if you are watching, please do post and make your vote. If you don't, then, well, you know, it's not as much fun.
Yeah, please vote. And when you're voting, keep in mind this is the central pyramid, which means that it kind of will tie into the themes of dread, and it'll be the central old one. Though, as we're kind of talking about, we could talk about that worship of Sotek may have eventually co-opted this. That has happened in several cities, but that's something we'll deal with later. Getting caught up on some more super chat stuff. Cameo. Could Nagash / a powerful necromancer control a relic priest, or would they regret the attempt instantaneously? Probably the second one.
No.
Because relic priests are not actually as dead as they look.
There's a pretty strong no. They're incorruptible, and that means they're incorruptible to dark magic in its totality. That includes necromancy. So the answer should be no, but that doesn't mean that some writer won't come along and do it at a later point, because you know, for every rule, there's someone who's going to break it.
Jackaroo, make it the city attacked by the Korn Kurgan brother. Build the Lorehammer verse. What we could have to build the Lorehammer verse is that this was the temple city that sent out soldiers to fight the Korn brother at the Temple of Skulls. Because the Temple of Skulls probably wasn't like a true temple city. It was probably more of like a sacred site, kind of like the Fallen Gates north of Hexschwaddle. So keep that in mind there. Amadeus Arkham, a tone idea, fallen to chaos, but purified at a terrible cost that can still be seen today. We might play around with that a little bit.
That could definitely come into it, because we are, after all, going to have to decide exactly how this city works.
Yeah, part of the city had to be purified from chaos during I'll write that down. We might use that later. Thank you. Ricky Chapman, a temple city that is a prison where something that the old ones couldn't get rid of lies. So they pinned it under one of their ships and imprisoned it. So we could have part of city is prison for ancient horror, which could tie into the dread. Also could tie into pretty much any of the old ones we brought up. Also, the YouTube vote is very close. Y'all are bickering well. I love it. So make sure you vote if you haven't already, because y'all are bickering, and I'm digging it.
I like it.
T-Blam, only message before sleep and starting a new job in 8 hours. Looking at the Four Brother streams and Kimperbad, can we do this in three streams? Hope it will happen. Good night to all.
So given where the time is, it does look likely that we're going to be going for more than one stream here. Do you agree?
That's certainly possible, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But thank you, T-Blob. Good luck at your new job tomorrow. I hope you have a great one. The Predator Rule 75, a city that has remained hidden because the Lizardmen... Oh, no, we already talked about that. Though that is an idea that actually could be interesting. Is how... And that's something I'm going to put under the surrounding jungle, is what are the Lizardmen using to protect this, keep themselves isolated? To keep... Okay. Then we've got Holy Artist. What if the barrier idols are part of the city's defense, but due to a slum going mad, it turned the near steps around it to... Oh, the Marshes of Madness. So the Marshes of Madness I wouldn't want to use because they already have an established storyline. Where the Marshes of Madness are very tied into the fall of Strigos. So I would, and Morcane. So I wouldn't want to screw with that because there's already a good storyline there.
Yep, agreed.
Cameo, a bit of a vague idea, but I'd like to see the relationship with the Dragon Emperor expanded somehow. Maybe the dragons could have had something like an embassy. You could have maybe like an interesting note somewhere in the city about the Celestial Dragon Emperor, in that he supposedly talked with the old ones and it didn't immediately go terribly. I don't know. I don't think that would work super great for maybe a Southlands one. Though, I mean, I do have an idea kicking around in my head, but it's very extended. About this could be the city that the Dragon Emperor really wanted when he launched his invasion of Cathay with Yin Yin. Maybe there was something in the city that he desired. That could be something that we could use to tie it in.
Or feared.
Or he feared. He feared.
Yeah, because you're really looking to drill down on the core of dread, and the dread is, what did the Cathayans see that made them go, we have to stop this? It's not just about the places filled with dread or whatever. Dread is the core theme of everything. So what is it that they're fearing?
Right. I love that. All right, so yeah, we're going to tie in everybody's favorite fail daughter and the Dragon Emperor into this. Great.
I freaking love her, so not against that.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Good job, Cameo. You got a Yin Yin cameo. Snowsip, how do the Lizardmen treat the non-Slon dead? Are there graveyards in your opinions? So this is interesting. There are two different kind of main sources on this. So Wolfrup talks that in Lustria there is a city of the dead, where the dead that the Lizardmen consider important for various reasons are taken to this city, which is on the volcanic islands on the west or eastern coast, off the eastern coast. And they are entombed there. And it's like a whole city of the dead. And it has some very obvious Lovecraftian themes, with the whole, city of the dead being a concept that also comes from Lovecraft, where there's something that sleeps beneath the city of the dead, and they all reference that. But it does give this idea that the Lizardmen entomb their dead, usually in various places. We also see this repeated with certain Slon. Often, it's not unusual to have relic priests where the temple guards that died defending them will also be mummified and guarding them. And terrifyingly, they can actually be spurred to movement, even though they are very dead. So there does seem to be a suggestion that the Lizardmen sometimes do things with their dead, but sometimes they don't.
Right away from 6th edition, mortuary shrines were a thing. So shrines to the old, important and holy Lizardmen, those who had done something of extraordinary worth and merit and should thus be regarded with great respect and replicated in almost ancestor worship style. So mortuary shrines are very much a thing for the Lizardmen as a whole, and this is something that's popped up again and again in multiple places. So I see no reason that we can't have ourselves some equivalent. But outside of that, and outside of those who are enshrined like they are blessed saints, you've also got just the concept of their standard dead. And I think that the answer to this will probably be slightly different again for the different cultures, because we do have different cultures of Lizardmen, each of which have got their own traditions. For some, they are going to be absolutely revering their dead, burying them nicely, or some equivalent. But I think it's also quite likely you might have some relatively heretical views as far as Warhammer is concerned, in that some of them may end up burning their corpses, particularly if they're close to the undead side of things, where they may purposely try to avoid that.
Yeah, chat voted for the one that I thought would be the least likely, which is very interesting to me. So chat went with Sotek.
Which one's that?
He who wards against the supernatural and magic and undead.
Oh, interesting. An undead.
His domains are said to be he is the one that taught Lord Croak to unravel threads of magic and sorcery. He wards against all things unnatural, whether they be magical, and it notably abhors the undead.
Okay, so you get a strong sense here that we have something that's failing, and the undead are going to come calling.
Yeah, so I would guess that this is a city that probably will not have graveyards, because I would guess that the dead in this city, there is something very specifically done with them to ensure they're not left.
Okay, so again, we're looking to build that core theme of dread, so we can actually have possibly something terrible happening. So they may have had established mortuary shrines throughout their earlier years. And when Nagash did his great ritual,
it disturbed them.
It disturbed the dead, and it caused some of the Lizardmen who should have been untouchable, much like a Warhammer Saint. A Warhammer Saint can't be brought back with necromancy. They are quite literally pure. They are untouchable. The gods themselves have touched, and they believe themselves to be in exactly the same place, because their mortuary shrines were protected by their old one who should have been looking over everything, because he does indeed ward against all of that, and it failed. The actual answers for why it failed, much debated. And we don't necessarily need to answer it here per se, but we can have the failure occur, which turned into potentially centuries of different versions of results and recriminations and fear, and the fact that the old wards are beginning to collapse and crumble, meaning that come the modern times, they're now burning their dead. They're effectively doing sacrifices in a different fashion, because the immortal souls that they may have had are being burnt away to nothing in the fear of what may be used against them by the undead.
Yeah, I like that. I like the idea that some of, especially around the Great Ritual of Nagash, some of Sotek's wards failed.
How was the vote over on the Twitch side?
Twitch was, I believe, I believe...
Is it vanished already? Never mind then.
it vanishes quick, but I believe it was between Sotek and, I want to say, the Predator God.
Okay, so I have a completely different set of questions now, as I'm just sitting here thinking over things. And number one is, what do we want to do for layout of the city?
Oh, Predator 1. Okay.
So we've got ourselves the idea that we have at the very heart of this city an old one temple. And this old one temple is to Sotek. And it was Sotek, wasn't it?
Sotek, yeah.
Sotek, pardon me. Sotek. And Sotek is... particularly revered for his great ability to hold off the terrors that lie beyond in terms of magic, undead, et al. And that has begun to break down. Perhaps the ancient plaques were stolen at some point. Who can say what the reason is at the moment? But I'm more interested in what's our overall form for this city going to be around this temple? Are we looking at something that is crunched up inside the mountain, so has a less standard setup? Are we looking at something that perhaps sits underneath a particular constellation at a particular point of the year? And if that's the case, is that constellation reflected below and above in a very ancient Egyptian style, as above above, so below. As the great celestial Nile makes its way across the heavens, the actual Nile down below and the various star systems could be reflected in a similar fashion down on the ground. And if that's the case, do we want to do that? What do you think? Would you like to have a city that doesn't look like the standard, very clearly defined set of lines, which are often just almost like an 8-pointed star with extra details added in? Are we going to do something that's got perhaps a unique layout that matches to one of the more popular star systems? There are a bunch of them. I'll show you them if they are chosen as an idea. Or do we want to go with a completely different layout, something that speaks to the god itself? Perhaps we're looking at something that's almost skull-like in its overall shape, which is deeply stereotypical, but not necessarily a bad idea. There's nothing wrong with a bit of a stereotype here or there. Exactly. What is more Warhammer than a giant freaking skull? So there's lots of different ideas there. Is there anything that you would like to see?
Okay, so I'm going to put this down to 4 choices for y'all about the physical theme of the city, like how its design was influenced. We have mountainous, so it's up against the southern part of the World's Edge Mountains, and it has, because of that mountainous terrain, it's going to determine a lot of things about how the city was designed. It's probably going to have much more of an underground component than some of its followers, and it's probably going to be a little bit more compact. We have the star constellation base, which means that it's mirroring one of the 20 star sign constellations. Which could work very well with Sotek, but so could the mountain, because you could have the idea that there's like giant underground mortuary shrines. We have the standard geomantic web design, so it would just kind of be like out in the jungle and have a fairly standard, it follows the ley lines, and it's going to be very geometric in its shaping. So lots of circles, lots of triangles, lots of squares. And then we have the Sotek theme design, which means the city's actual shape is themed around Sotek and his imagery. So probably something to do with like a skull or a ward or something along those lines.
I'm looking up online for different styles of skulls for shapes. Looking at particularly like a frog skull and how crazy they look. Interesting.
Yeah, it could be like the death mask. The death mask design.
I think far more likely is it would have a look like one of the old runes, the sort of square blocky Aztec Mayan sort of look. Okay, with like a tongue sitting out or something like that, or like the dead tongue, because it's suggesting that it's dead and the tongue is lolling out. Yeah, there's definitely something to that.
Polls have started, and while that's going, I'm going to get caught up on Super Chats because we were really far behind.
One of the star signs is obviously 20 star signs being used, one of which is potentially tied to death. Also, lots of different potential routes there.
Yeah, Lidor, on industry, a city that still forges and ships out parts of orders of the old ones, but neither they or the recipient know what it is for. Maybe they could have some kind of volcano nearby that is a part of their central pyramid. I do have a note. So if we end up going with the mountainous design, we could have a volcano implemented in part of the city, which could be interesting.
Yeah.
But I will make a note. I'm going to add that onto like the spaceport and volcano of there being like a forges / armory, which could be interesting. But I'm going to keep us moving real quick here. Ariantho, what about a city focused on self-introspection, on questioning the wisdom of the old ones who seem to have failed, maybe innovating? So with the dread thing that we're building, especially with Sotek, I think there is going to be a thing of introspection about what went wrong from some of the Lizardmen, which could add to that element of dread that there is.
Particularly, you've got an old one who is obviously a complete believer and isn't talking.
Yeah, a Slan, yeah.
Yeah. No, a Slan, pardon me, not an old one, but a Slan who's not talking. Yeah, that would potentially work.
Slan. Okay. Yep, cool. Phil, how about a city that hints at dissension between different groups of the old ones, or think there was one, which might expect why those lizards stand off from the rest? That's...
So that would be clarifying a theory, rather than building a good Warhammer story, because the dissent between different groups of old ones is a theory. There may have been no dissent. There may have been nothing but dissent, we don't have a certain answer. And if you build an answer into the design, then you are taking just one version of what the Warhammer background could be. And I think in this instance, I would much prefer it was in character decisions rather than an overall, the old ones were broken decision making process.
Yeah, because remember that we're focusing on the city's design, which means that there's going to be some storytelling about it, but it's not going to be super necessarily focused on like what the individuals in the city are kind of doing.
Again, if you're watching, please do vote. We don't have huge numbers on this particular vote, so you can make a big difference if you go start clicking on now. There's currently only
we're like
80.
60. There's like 60 votes down from the last poll. So if you're on YouTube, please vote about what.
Please do vote. Yes.
Yeah, especially because if you all vote, y'all could make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, make a pretty big difference. Totally,
just
for not
for
that many there.
Cut off from the geometric web and isolated into chaos waste. Good lord. They prefer to defend against demons as cataclysm, protect the engine of the gods that hides them. So that would certainly make for a story of a fucking chaos waste city. That is not what we're going with for this, but that is a fun idea for God. That would be the most nightmarish, shitty place to be. But that is fun. That is fun. That guy, Deception, a city surrounded by Olgu magics that is controlled by the so-called first Slon Bella Crow. Get out. Get out. Get that man out of here. He's had too much to drink. Get him out.
Amusing.
Donovan, do you think that the Temple City will likely have their farms like floating gardens and such inside the city walls to secure their food supply? So it'll depend on how this vote ends up. If this vote ends, depending on what y'all go with, which it is super close on YouTube.
Oh, wow, it's really close on YouTube. Holy moly. Look at that. Get voting. You can make a difference. I thought it was definitely going to be one of them, and that one has gone from being massively ahead to barely 2% ahead at the moment. So, yeah, do get voting. Do get voting.
Yeah, and if you're on Twitch, vote as well.
It's tied. It's close.
Yeah, because Twitch, y'all also have the ability to upset, especially because y'all are going so heavily in one direction.
Yeah.
Vote. But yes, when we talk about farms and stuff, depending on where we end up, we will get into that, especially because there actually is some notes about the kinds of things that Lizardmen do farm. And floating gardens are a very typical thing for Lizardmen cities. It's not unusual at all to see, little floating structures.
100% because of an old White Dwarf article.
Indeed, and man, whole hell has it really done its mileage? I mean, Total War, the Lizardmen got flying buildings everywhere.
Yep. What a difference that made.
Inquisitor Thomas, inspiration from Eprolide's comment: a dread prison where the old ones hid away creatures that they could not eradicate. Either the prison is failing, or the Lizardmen of the city are super wardens.
I think that there definitely could be a component of that which works. I think a location that is holding something awful is not a bad idea.
Yeah, and with Potek, that works. That makes a lot of sense.
Holy crap, it's close, this vote. Please do go vote.
I see where Twitch has ended up.
Okay.
So, YouTube, and hey, I will say Twitch went very heavily mountainous. So if anyone on YouTube's hoping to boost mountainous to victory,
where YouTube currently, no, it's not as keen on the mountainous as elsewhere.
It's close though.
It is close.
Hurry up and vote. I'm going to end it here in literally just a couple seconds, which I realize there's a delay, so I'm going to give you all a little bit after I said that. Let me do a couple more little chats here. Laughing God, a prison city that holds a bunch of Eldritch things from the time before and after the old ones. They focus on the pools and engineering old one tech because they need more guards. Could have some creepy, dreadful vibes in that. So that kind of ties into some other things people have posted. And I'm going to do one more super chat, and then I'm calling the vote. So when the Slon claim to do most of the work while asleep, it's cool. But when I do it, I'm skipping work and at risk of being fired.
I know, it's so unfair.
Yeah. And time.
So what do we have here? Oh, wow. I did not expect that.
Yeah, Twitch will end up not changing the result, but we're going with a star constellation.
So because that one's so close, I think there's an argument that we do a little bit of everything. I mean, it's really, really, really close over on but particularly because Twitch went aside. So I think that it's fair to say that we probably got ourselves
we fooled you. We're doing 3 of them.
Yeah, a mountainous, isolated city that's high on the edge of the world's edge, probably with a host of, perhaps, to really tie it in, a host of lesser cities around, all laid out, a little bit like Nazca plane designs towards the various star signs, with one star sign of deep importance held at the center.
I really like that, because that makes me think of, I can't remember the name, but there's that city in Peru that's like way up in the mountains.
Well, Machu Picchu?
Is it Machu Picchu?
Yeah.
I think it might be.
So something that's sort of up in the mountains.
Yeah. That's like just way the hell up there.
Yeah. And we've got ourselves down and amongst a whole host of the star signs spread around, particularly because these 20 star signs are particularly important to the Warhammer world for a variety of reasons. And we can pull on one of them. Now, I'm going to bring up my screen this time since we have gone with the star sign option, so I'm going to need that. Okay, so this was just very, very quickly done, and you're not getting Mum at the Fool no matter what you might like. You might notice Mum at the Fool sitting in the middle. It's my bad handwriting because I did this very quickly just for the stream. It's just a smiley face in the heavens. That is obviously ridiculous. But what we have is a host here. Now, there's some here that make obvious potential cities. We've got here Nuthis the Ox, okay, which is almost an equivalent to the Big Dipper, Ursa Major, if you prefer. Dragamus the Drake, which is an interesting one for its shape. The others are less useful because they're not necessarily city-shaped. Particularly if you look at the Dancer, which is properly big and silly. Some of them are not very useful at all, like Cacklefax the Cockerel there, which is just a couple of small triangles. Some of them, though, the Bone Saw might be thematically appropriate and could make for potentially a good curved idea between a mountainside. The Bone Saw might work quite nicely for that. What are like the death or like magic? So like I know the Gloaming and the Bone Saw are kind of in that category. Yeah, the Gloaming is potentially a good one because it's not actually linked together. You notice there it's in an M, much like Cassiopeia, the real star constellation. But the Gloaming's not actually properly linked. It's 5 separate stars that don't link up in any of the interpretations of it. So that would suggest that we have 5 core pyramids that sit at the heart of our city. That would work quite well. If we're going to make a choice, my preferences would probably be the Bone Saw, because the Bone Saw is a nice easy cross with a couple of stars off towards the side, and it's a natural shape for working mountains around. That works quite
especially because I like it kind of being like, especially if we have that Machu Picchu where it's kind of like up on the mountains, which is why a lot of people haven't found it. It's up there. It's not down
totally.
Here.
And I think that gives us a clear observatory style idea at the top too. The Gloaming, for 5 separate pyramids, each of which probably maybe even 5 old ones, with a core old one being the central one. The Gloaming, which is by its very nature kind of spooky too. Nuthis the Ox, because it's a nice big one and it gives a natural potential shape, and we can build mountains around that with ease. And if we're looking for 4, is there another obvious one? You've got. You
could do Raya's Cauldron of it's like down like
Raya's
a mountain
Cauldron's
chain.
up there.
There's kind of like
you could,
major
and it goes around it
down in a valley.
Raya's Cauldron is not exactly the most spooky or dread-filled, although it does speak to potentially what this city represents, the great cauldron of something being born there. So I think there's potentially a story there. So that's the story option, Raya's Cauldron. So we'll go Raya's Cauldron, the Bone Saw, Nuthis the Ox, or the Gloaming. That I think is a good vote there. If we go with the Gloaming, we will be going with 5 old one pyramids, possibly 4 of which are destroyed, because that makes it easy. If we go with Nuthis the Ox, we're going for a big city with mountains sitting in between it. If we're going with the Bone Saw, we're going with 1 primary peak with the central pyramid in the top, and the rest of them going down like a spine down the mountain chain. Or we're going with Raya's Cauldron. We're going with some sort of story that this place is the source of some sort of important spawning, because it is the cauldron itself, potentially the cauldron of life. And where things are built, or the spawning pools down there that are a little bit different. Perhaps we've got a spawning pool here of the Old Slan themselves. and one of the last existing spawning pools of the Slan, which they don't want to lose. And the idea that that could be lost is terrifying. There's lots of different routes that we could take as we start adding our dread to it. So there's our 4 options. Which one would you like to see?
Yep. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and blow through a lot of these things. Captain Magma, can we also design a Pestilence Undercity? We can have mentioned that maybe there was a Pestilence Undercity nearby that had some conflict with them that would tie in well. Pestilence is a major threat in the Southlands. I don't think we're going to go into it because we're not going to be going underground much.
I think the question is, is this place undermined? And Dread would suggest yes, but we could go with a different angle. And if the answer is yes, then it's definitely a part of the discussions that we have.
All right, I will put that under ideas for the moment. Dear Lord. Spartan, idea one. Some of the spawning pools are corrupted from prior sieges, and Slan haven't been able to purify them. These spawns unleash nightmarish creatures such as demons or whatever, which leads to dread desperation. So we could have corrupt spawning pools. That is a pretty well-established trope. Often, especially with the Lizardmen, you have corrupt spawning pools, and the things that come out of them are very unnatural and gross and stuff. So that could be something we play around with a little bit there. Skinks, number 2, skinks are interested in researching foreign exotic animals such as horses, cats, dogs, or dragons as a random aside. So skinks taming unusual animals. That is a trope that we do know of. One of the southern temple cities in Lustria, it's a ruined but technically reclaimed city, has quote unquote domesticated or tamed the Colchins. So we could have that there's a unique animal that's native to that region, but that's something we can talk about a little bit later. 3, cities as sacred as it's where all of the dead Slan from the Southlands are laid to rest. So that's not quite how the Lizardmen function. Relic priests, there's a pretty well established system of where they go within each temple city. They are often kept for specific things, but going with Potek, going with their great mortuary shrines here, which I think is probably an idea we'll run with. It could be that there are many, many ancient Slan that have been interred here from various wars across the ages. Could be some that even predate the Cataclysm and the early wars against the things the old ones were fighting against.
Yeah, there could be one of the primary pyramids could be focused to a primary meeting room of maybe the first or the second generation Slan. And many of them have been effectively interred there, sitting as shells of what they once were, almost recreating the meetings that they had of old, but now all dead, all locked into the pattern of the place that they're in. And one of the great fears everyone has is that this place will fall, and that will be lost, because they are still power in that. There definitely could be something in that. So we're still relatively low on the votes over on the YouTube side, which I'm monitoring on this side.
The vote is up, because every time we remind you guys, it goes up. So the vote's up. Go vote.
Totally. So do please go check and make your choice. Your 4 options being Raya's Cauldron, Nuthis the Ox, the Gloaming, and the Bone Saw. And if any of those sound good to you, do please make your vote.
Donman, another feature city, giant stables are similar for housing and rearing the various. Oh, well, we'll definitely have that. We'll just have that.
I mean, that's going to happen, isn't it?
Ricky Chapman, if we go with an imprisoned entity, they have defenses that don't just face outwards, but also face inwards. That's a fun idea of some of the defenses being inverted.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good idea. There was was it Kingdom over on YouTube? That kind of Korean zombie show from the medieval era. Absolutely marvelous. They arrive at the town and they look at it, and all of the spikes and the various weaponry are pointing inwards rather than outwards, because the place had been closed off against what was in the inside. And I definitely think that could make for, again, imagining the PCs arriving and finding the place. Then they will be attempting to puzzle out what exactly is going on there. So yeah, I think that's quite good.
Yeah, I've added that to our inner city and outer city notes because I like that a lot. That's great.
Yeah.
Dynamite, if you go with old one of Predators, could have a sacrificial area of a large cavern. Prisoners are lowered down, then pterodons fly out of the connecting tunnels and rip into shreds like piranhas. Gross. Also, that'd be better for ripperdactyls instead of pterodons, but sure. I have no big issue with that. That is something.
Okay, we're up over 100 votes now, and it looks like YouTube's definitely got a definite direction at the moment. If you want to make an impact, vote now. If you do have a favorite.
Okay, there we go. Include that note. Just getting caught up on Super Chats because I'm super behind. Like the thing in the depths of Uskalak. Praise Hashit. Yeah, things going down tends to be bad in the Warhammer world. Just for host, fragment of an old one that burned the Slan's mind, trying to converse with it, not knowing necessarily what it was. Now they are guarding it, not knowing what it is. So maybe like a piece of old one tech or something that a Slan tried to commune or use, and it backfired.
And then rather than necessarily say it burned the Slan out, which is a very God view, as in we know what happens, it might be better to say that after the Slan attempted to communicate and understand what the old one wished to happen, it has not spoken since.
Yeah.
So we don't know what has happened to it. And the skinks have been tending this Slan for the last 2,000 years without any significant benefit. And everything's beginning to crumble around them. All the old wards are falling. Everything's going. The Slan is there, not answering them, and they don't know what to do. That really does lie at the heart of the potential dread that we
I'll add that under another note in our Slan has gone silent section. Okay, polls over, and Twitch chat tied between Rise Culture and the Bonesaw, but YouTube went heavily the Bonesaw.
Okay, so I'm going to go check out that shape and have a quick look at that.
That's what I would have voted for, so I think that's
quite like that.
Okay,
so we've got the Bonesaw, we've got a core cross with a little bit that goes off it. I would suggest that at the heart of the cross is our main temple. Then it goes down to two other temples that are sitting down on the side, another two temples that are down to either side, sort of like the north, south, east, west, and perhaps that is cardinally aligned, so that it's north, south, east, west perfectly with the main temple in the center. We also have to reinforce the idea that this was once at the heart of various ley lines. So some of the parts that are coming off of that will go off in almost like Nazca line, direct, straight parts. Other parts, though, are going to have to wend their way around what is the mountains that they're on and the jungle that are rising up to either side. Much like Machu Picchu at one point was completely covered in jungle, and it was all pulled apart until eventually they revealed everything that it is today. So we can have that, and we can have the jungle encroaching on all sides. If we're going for the reflection of Sotek somewhere, we're probably looking at the core design at the top having some sort of skull-like shape to it to a degree, so that can be worked around on the core shapes up there. Is there anything else that we it was almost a three-way tie? No, we've got the mountains in, so we've got the mountains in.
We're up in the mountains,
so we're cool there. So
great. Those four minor temples are also pretty I think relatively easy to figure out which, like, because often what the Lizardmen will do, because this works really well, is you'll have a central temple, and then geometrically aligned around it will be supporting temples of old ones that are revered or related to that old one, but are not considered quite as important. So, for instance, we know that Sotek has a very strong relationship with Tephawk, so he would be one of those.
Again, in each case, as we're building it, rather than classic mistake that folks make when they build stuff is they just go, oh, it would be this, it'd be this, it'd be this, and they just start building outwards. Every single time, stop and say, where's the dread? What's gone wrong? What are they afraid of? Okay, so if Tephawk's there, perhaps is what is the fear part of that? And that needs to be answered. What is it that they're afraid of?
So I think the big thing where I would go with that is the cool thing about Tephawk is that he is the domain of sacred places, of protecting, also a protection from harmful magic. And I think that temple should just be flat out ruined. It's like Tephawk's temple has collapsed. And to make the Lizardmen particularly nervous, I mean, we could tie it back to when the collapse of the Dwarf Empire happened, of that, it was one of those earthquakes that radiated down that fault line. So it wasn't even some great enemy that did it. From their perspective, it just happened, and their sacred plaques didn't say anything about it. They're like, oh, shit. And, we have the knowledge that it was another Slan that did it, which kind of adds another level of the world isn't right.
Yep.
And actually, I'm going to do real quick getting caught up on Super Chats here a little bit more. No, we already did that. Hoplite, idea. Could there be smoldering rifts from a natural seismic activity that divided and isolated the city and left it vulnerable to things below? One day it will erupt. So this could tie into our concept of what caused the Pyramid of Tephawk to become sundered or ruined. Was that because of that earthquake? maybe a part of it collapsed and there is a volcano that is very near the city, which could have positive benefits, but it also has that dread of that volcano is supposed to be like reliable. It's like the Lizardmen are supposed to know the future of this volcano, but there's that dread that it might become active, that it might erupt, it might destroy the city, might not, but kind of like that Yellowstone thing, where even though Yellowstone, for those that are worried about such things, is definitely 100% never going to erupt. It's not a genuine worry. There are nonetheless a lot of Americans that do feel dread about the Yellowstone volcano, about the idea that it might go off.
Rightly so, to feel afraid of something that could blow up the entirety of it, but the chance of it ever occurring inside their lifetime is like 1,000,000,000 to 1.
Yeah. So I do like that, of the idea that there is that tectonic activity of this volcano that these Lizardmen have used to create, things, to forge things, to have that form of industry of something their city used to be proud of, but now it has become a source of dread, just like we have with many other things. So I'm going to put that under the volcano section.
Get out of the way, microphone. I'm putting it above me so that it doesn't get in the way. There we go.
Next up, we have Lord Sarthenius. I think this comes out of nowhere. I think Manfred over Nagash, due to Manfred traveling all over the world. He also seems saying that Manfred is the one that messed with the city instead of Nagash messing with the city. Due to Manfred traveling all over the world, he also seems like the type to mess with anything that can give him knowledge. So
I think he's very likely to be someone who would take advantage of a situation that's already in place. But I think to properly break the potential wards, we have to deal with something that's got the power of Nagash.
I think the Great Ritual, it's such a localized event as well, that's so close to that area, and it would have affected the city. It just would have.
Yeah.
That being said, the idea that Manfred has maybe visited such a place is not that crazy.
Potentially tried to take advantage of it. And I'm hoping I can still be heard well since I've
we can hear you
away.
Super great.
Excellent. I could definitely see him trying to take advantage of such a thing. Of that, there is literally no doubt at all.
Add that to the history section that I just created.
Okay.
Okay. Lord Sarthenius says, also, Dark Deeds arrived last night. Thank you, Andy.
Hey! Dark Deeds! Everybody should buy themselves a copy. I've just got my rulebook here. It's a rulebook that's filled with gorgeous stuff, like, how to play the game.
Let's see. Louis Ruckus Maximus III.
Holy Cremolians.
What about a city in the Sahel where desertification is a real problem, and where the desert encroaches, so do the undead? So something that we could talk a bit about. I don't think the desert's going to tie into this particular thing. That
we've gone mountainous.
Yeah, not that we've gone mountainous. I do think that is an idea that if you're ever developed, and hopefully when Games Workshop ever gets around to it, when you're developing the Lizardmen of the Southlands, the desertification of the jungle is a real threat of the desert expanding. And bringing a climate that the Lizardmen, frankly, will not do well in, is an idea that could definitely be super well explored.
Agreed.
David, a backdoor approach. A Slan who has fallen to Slaanesh and has been imprisoned to restrain the corruption.
Doesn't happen.
Yeah, we're going to nix that just because that's going a little too far out.
As much as I'd love that, David, broadly speaking, the Slan can't be corrupted. They just can't. That's not something that... it's one of the few things... In fact, it's the only thing, really, in the Warhammer world that's not going to happen. In the same way that Khorne is not going to corrupt and fall to Slaanesh, because that just isn't going to happen because it's freaking Khorne, the Slan do not corrupt and fall to the Chaos Gods. There are no Chaos Slan until the day that Games Workshop decides to change that law, but so far, that's not happened.
Christopher Clay, he protect, but he also defend. Yes, he does. Captain Magma, Design it after Boston street layout. That commute gives me intense dread every day. That's good. I like that. Yeah. Dynaman, if you do skull layout, you can do it more triangle shaped as a lizard. Yeah. I think Andy's taking into account lizard slan skulls rather than human skulls.
Yeah, probably.
Amadeus.
I'm not worrying about it yet.
Potek asked the question: could Potek, the old one, have? Okay, I think this might be confusing Potek for a Slan. But could a Slan have asked the question of, is Nagash part of the Great Plan? If yes, why stand against the Great? So this seems to suggest. Okay, so this is worded a little confusingly, but would it make sense for the Slan or someone in the city to ask, was Nagash and the Undead part of the Great Plan? If not, then how did Potek and the old one's designs prevent them from rising? Which that kind of deals into the whole thing of the lizard. Like, this is something that kind of comes up with the Lizardmen as is, with like the Skaven and like a lot of chaos and stuff, where the Lizardmen kind of see it as aberrations of the Great Plan caused by the coming of chaos. They would likely kind of put the blame for Nagash and the Undead and all that onto that as well, of, oh, well, these are faults that are introduced because the Great Plan has gone awry with the arrival of chaos. Now, granted, the way this particular city is dealing with that kind of dread angle, is they're kind of much more on the front lines, unfortunately for them, compared to the Slan of Lustria, about just how badly it's gone awry. In regards to, like, there's undead everywhere, there's Skaven everywhere, shit's a mess. So that's definitely something that I think, if you were diving into like some of the characters that would be put in this place, which we're not going to have time for this stream, is probably not within the scope of what we're doing.
If we look at it, we're already sitting at half an hour from our supposed end. And we're barely even started. So I think it's very likely that we're going to be moving on to another stream of this one, unless Sotek particularly doesn't want to.
Oh no, I'm having a great time with this. It's getting people to expand their brains and think about things they never thought before, and that's all what Lorebeards is all about.
It pretty much is.
Cole Carrion, I would love an idea for a temple city of a sunken city under Nagaroth that has a journey to the center of the earth style storyline. That could be quite fun. I would personally be very tempted to probably use that as an excuse to talk about fishmen more than lizardmen, because we do know there are cities beneath Nagaroth, in the underground sea, but I would probably make that a fishman storyline rather than a lizardman storyline. Ricky Chapman, let's have the lizardmen completely grind up the dead and feed them to creatures that need to eat meat. That is probably, honestly, I wouldn't expect them to grind them, but that's probably something that regular lizardmen do, is feed dead to the jungle, give the dead to the jungle.
Hey, I think this could tie in nicely to our ghoul stream.
Yes, we will.
That being the case, I think that we should possibly revisit that. And if we do continue on with this stream and do another one, then we should bring this up after the ghoul stream and say, go watch the ghoul stream, and now you'll see why dread has become a core component of what's potentially going on here. With
tying in the ghoul curse to the city.
Yeah, the lack of direction from the Slan has meant that the Lizardmen, in their slight desperation and in their fear of what's to come, and in their horror at what has become of some of their dead, made some choices that have had significant repercussions upon the city as a whole.
Yeah, I think that. Okay, I dig that. I'm gonna add that.
And I always like tying our streams together.
Yeah, the ever beloved Lorehammer verse, Lorebeards verse.
Yeah, I like that. That's got a definite.
Yeah, it's fun. The thing that this city, I think, will be a good thing to showcase, which will be particularly good, and you see in some of the other living cities, but I think in this city we could dial into a lot, is one of the things that's really fun about the Lizardmen is, if you've ever watched like the Japanese made Godzilla movies or Gojira movies, one of their strong themes often tends to be about the bureaucracy of Japan, and how if Japan would act quickly and with purpose, they could pretty easily, honestly, deal with Gojira. But because they have so much bullshit, and it's so slow, because there's like people constantly worrying about stepping on each other's toes and people constantly getting in each other's way. There's all these processes and yada, 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 yada. Those movies often especially the more recent ones, heavily criticize like Japanese government, their style. Lizardmen often have a very similar thing, especially when it comes to the Slann, where the Slann, if they don't take action because they're sleeping or they've gone silent, the skinks don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And this can lead into some, Shin Godzilla focused really much on this. So kind of I think that would tie very well into that sense of dread of that so much is going wrong. And if the Lizardmen would just act, they could deal with these problems. But all of their Slann are like their most powerful Slann is silent, and the ones beneath him are sleeping and won't wake up, or they don't want to act on it because they're not sure what the older
given
Slann
the nature of what we have, they're dead. Lots of dead Slans, some of which are perhaps being worshipped almost like gods in one of the pyramids, one of which is potentially even half communicating.
I do love the idea of like a 4th or 5th generation Slann who does kind of wake up, but the only thing he says is like when they ask him about an issue is he's like, oh, you need to talk to this Slann, and then he goes back to sleep because he's like, that's not my role. Like, you need to talk to this other Slann, and because he's so focused on other stuff, and it adds to that dread of like, from a human perspective, if he would just wake up and deal with it, he could fix the issue, but he's got other concerns.
You know, he's keeping the whole geomantic web together down there.
Yeah, like, and you know, that would be
fucking busy. Leave me alone, you little ant.
The fun reveal is he's like, no, you don't understand. I cannot be distracted right now. Jonathan Scott, Bonesaw is ready. Yeah, I'm glad y'all went Bonesaw. I think
Bonesaw's pretty cool.
Gentleman, if it's in the Southlands Mountains, a unique animal they could tame for the skinks could be based on the Galatas, the large baboon-like monkeys that live in the Ethiopian highlands. Could have giant versions of them, which are ridden by skinks and could climb cliffs and walls very quickly, kind of like goblin spiders can, unless you're playing Total War, in which they don't. Yeah, that could be interesting. I'll make a note under the skink unusual beast, so like interesting native to Africa creatures, perhaps like Gelatus. There you go.
I think that building a couple of potentially unique troop types is entirely fitting.
Yeah, I agree. BFG 40K. What if one of Nagash's generals, one of the Mortarks, is imprisoned somewhere in or around the city? It could not be killed, so it was simply contained. It could be one of the things that's causing the wards to weaken because it might escape. That would tie even better into the Lorebeards verse.
That ties to our other stream. I love that idea, BFG 40K. You kick ass. Yep. And that gives us an opportunity to potentially discuss a lost one of the original Mortarks. So at that point, not really Mortarks, because that term hadn't been used yet, but one of the lieutenants in the Gash who had marched against the city and they defeated. Perhaps that was part of the Great Summoning or something else, maybe a bit before that, whatever, and has been trapped there ever since, and it is rattling in its cage, potentially getting out, and the Lizardmen are scurrying across the city in terror as to what might happen should it get out.
Yeah, that ties in really well, especially because a theme that often exists in Warhammer Fantasy, but because of the whole idea they're always like, oh, we've got to make a tabletop mini out of it, so we can't have that storyline, is the idea of things that are imprisoned, things that literally cannot be killed, you know, dealing in, like, I think dialing into how horrifying the first elixir, like making it, like we talked about in the Mortark stream, making Nagash's original elixir what it should have been, which is that if you drink it, you just don't die. You just don't. And
which is what Archon apparently has.
Yeah, Archon, and also like the two from the Omens, the older video games.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Ricky Chapman, if there are undead Lizardmen, they could dump them into tunnels into the city, imprison the undead wander. If an entity is imprisoned under the city, the dead are... so if there are undead Lizardmen, the Lizardmen basically trap them in places to use as a defense. Funny enough, that reminds me a lot of the Silver Pinnacle. Neferata does that. Neferata has like a labyrinth underneath where like the vampires actually hang out in the Silver Pinnacle, and it's said to be a horrifying maze full of just nightmares most of which are undead, to make it very difficult, if not borderline impossible, to actually get to where they are without a guide. So the idea that the Lizardmen might have something kind of similar is certainly not impossible. Depending on which old ones we end up using as kind of like the main influences of the city, like especially with like our 4 minor temples, we already have one with Tepok that we kind of built a story for. But the idea that like maybe the prison of this Mortarch has interesting layers of defense, because that is, funny enough, that actually is a defense we see the Lizardmen use in the Tyrion and Teclis trilogy. When Tyrion goes to get Sunfang from the a ruin in Lustria, there's a bunch of dead Lizardmen in a room, and when he goes in there, and I forget what he does, but he like makes a noise or he picks something up, all the Lizardmen corpses start getting up and attacking them.
I definitely didn't riff on that.
Yeah, and you definitely don't see that happen in Lawhammer, and one of the PCs almost get fucking splatted. So yeah, no, I'm super down for that. I'm actually super down for that part of the, because that uses lore we already have, which always is great.
And it's also worth noting, and it's easy to forget, that one of the winds of magic is the wind of death, and the Slann mage priests are masters of all of the winds and high magic, and mastering the concept of reutilizing the material components of the corpus, as in the bones and similar, in a way that isn't necromancy, is very much within their province.
Yeah, I mean, and that would tie well into like, there's, you know, wherever this Mortarch is imprisoned, you know, he's surrounded by Lizardmen that were sealed in with him, you know, in multiple layers of defense, and they die.
Almost like Ushabti, but instead of protecting the king on the inside, they're actually pointed inwards. Yeah,
almost like exactly like a Lawhammer episode.
yeah. So strangely enough, I like that idea.
Yeah. Great. Istian Leon, spirit of an old one haunting temple with great. So generally speaking, and unfortunately, I'm going to nix that just because you don't. I think for a lot of the strength of the Warhammer world, you don't want anything that can 100% be confirmed to be an old one anywhere in the vicinity, because it kind of draws from away from a lot of their mystery. So like having a spirit of an old one, I think would go against that. Now you could have, there is a strange entity that's somewhere nearby or somewhere in one of the temples that results in there being the vibe that you're being haunted, or the vibe that you're being watched, you know, kind of pulls on that feeling of dread, that there's some great eye within the city that is a metaphysical presence that is watching people, and everyone's like, I don't know why, but I feel like something's constantly watching me, and it feels like a cold alien presence, and it's freaking me the fuck out. Could be something that's in the city, and maybe some of the skinks think it's a spirit of the old one, but maybe it's actually like a defense system, or it's you know, something along those lines. So I'm actually going to put that. Yeah, actually dig that, because that would do well for like humans coming into the city and like having that horrifying feeling, because being watched is such a creepy feeling that doesn't have any like great psychological basis, because like I've done research on it, and you can't tell when you're being watched, but we sure feel like we can tell when we're being watched.
Yeah, and it supports the idea of creeping dread and the feeling that something is wrong, and we are looking to reinforce that theme.
Yeah, that being said, I love calling it like the spirit of an old one, like you know, it's viewed as like the spirit of Sotek, or the spirit of one of the other old ones. And the skinks, that's what the skinks think it is. It's like, oh, we can feel the old one literally watching our every move, watching everything that happens in the city. But in reality, it's kind of just like a defense system. Captain Magma, the other Slann are going to nuke the city off the map if this city Slann don't act fast enough to eliminate the threat. So it must be done. They must do it themselves. Well, you know, kind of, I think tying in with the things that are lining up in the city, of there could be that idea that there is a group of skinks within the city. Once again, I don't know if there's something we deliberately have time for, but a group of skinks within the city that do have the belief that the city should be destroyed. That's the better alternative. You know, the volcano should be triggered, because that's the better reality. rather than everything in the city get out. It's why risk getting it out. Maybe the old ones, parts of the city have been destroyed by earthquakes. Part of the cities have fallen to this. Maybe it is our destiny to be buried beneath this volcano, buried beneath mountains of debris and ash, so that nothing can get out. Which Lizardmen, ironically, well, not ironically, but Lizardmen would rather terrifyingly accept with rather stoic determination, which I wouldn't. But it's an interesting threat, or interesting concept. Captain Magma, kind of like SCP-682, trying to figure out the way to kill it. Yeah, the Lizardmen are one of the best races when it comes to containing unkillable creatures, which is a shame they didn't use them for that more. There is similar concepts, like probably the most famous example is Baldros. Baldros is the Chaos Dragon ridden by Egron von Horseman in the newer lore. He actually used to ride on Galrach, but now he rides on Baldros, who's one of Galrach's kiddos, supposedly. But Baldros, according to the lore, is unkillable. Like, he just can't die.
I definitely didn't reference that in my most recent episode either.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was excited now. It's the one episode I'm almost caught up. Much fucking that last main episode. Sigmar is a what?
Oh, good times.
Anyway, watch Lawhammer if you haven't already. It's super fun. I'm actually we're figuring out watch parties on the Discord right now, and that's something I think we're gonna do, is some fun community events.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, but anyway, but yes, there are creatures like that in the world. Jack Ruby, do ice bridges ever form from the southern gate to the tip of the southernmost Southlands? Is magic then much easier? Maybe a Balrog chained in a temple. So, do ice bridges ever form naturally? No. Could magic do it? Easily. I would say that's probably happened. There have been shamans and demon sorcerers and other things that have tried to invade from the southern Chaos Wastes up into Lustria and the Southlands, and Koresh. That is definitely, undeniably, 100% something that has happened. Do we have any details on any of those invasions? No, which is really disappointing.
Yeah.
But, like, I refuse to believe there's never been an Everchosen that came up from the south. I refuse to believe it.
It's just a nonsense to even consider that there hasn't been one.
Yeah.
It's such everything is so old world focused.
The Solidrip, they could have an undead Dreadsaurian. I mean, you could make an undead one. I think Dreadsaurians make for fun enough creatures alive. I feel like making it dead just kind of is like sort of unnecessary, like, oh, let's make it edgy. I think this city having a Dreadsaurian that's contained somewhere within or around the city is totally fine and great. Goes well with the Forge World lore. A Dreadsaurian, I feel like, feels like a very natural inclusion to the city, of that they have this terrifying creature that the Lizardmen believe wields the favor and power of an old one. It's covered in old one artifacts, many of which are not well understood. But it's this like living demigod in a sense. I think that ties in well of anything that has tried to attack this city or face this city's armies. That's like, beside the Slawn, that is their ultimate weapon of dread, is this Dreadsaurian. That's just this unstoppable behemoth. But maybe, as we get closer to the end times, and if you tie into maybe some of that ghoulish heresy stuff Andy was putting down, maybe there's some things that have started to go wrong with that Dreadsaurian.
Yeah.
Which I'm also going to add to my notes. Sorry. But yeah, I feel like the ultimate weapon of the city would unironically be a Dreadsaurian that's covered in old one artifacts, just like from the Forge World book. Because I don't know if y'all have ever read the Forge World Dreadsaurian description. The artifacts those things can have on them are bullshit. Like, they can turn fucking invisible. They can be like, their skin can turn like harder than like any stone. And they can, when they charge, they like burst into like big flaming meteors. Like, they're bonkers. The lore descriptions are insane. I'm sorry, Sadie. I didn't realize you were back there. Sorry. Yeah, there you go.
That's why I'm out in my office. I don't get disturbed by the cats.
Yeah. She was sleeping behind me. I just ran her over. Hagen, maybe for the skink beasts, they could be the survivors of native Nehekara who fled to the one place that wasn't dying during the ritual. Man, they would have chosen a terrible place to go. I think that would make for a good story. I don't think it's something I would carry into the modern age. but having the history of the city that there were people that fled the wars of Nehekara during Nagash's whole thing, and they made it to this city. And if you were to write a history for the city, you have what they went through when they discovered this place and the things that they suffered through. That would be the way that I would explore the city. Like if I was telling you the city's history, I would have like a 2 to 4 page spread journal story that is journal entries of these survivors from ancient Nehekara making their way through this city and what happens to them. And it probably wouldn't end well. Hoplite, anti-undead weapon. Viney plants in the jungles, perhaps that could be mounted even on stegodons that eat their own dead or undead invaders. So I do think there would be a lot of... So one of the things that makes y'all choosing the Southlands very interesting is that in Lustria, the Slaawn there genuinely cast a spell that made Lustria significantly more dangerous. They magically enhanced the flora and the fauna of Lustria to kill anything that's not a Lizardman. And the Southlands does not have that, which is very interesting. The Southlands is much more natural.
Yeah.
That being said, the idea that this city would have some sort of specialist weapon against the undead feels like a very natural duh of, where it's like, oh, well, the Lizardmen in Lustria tend to have Bastillodons with solar engines, of Sotek that shoot laser beams at people. Maybe the Lizardmen of this temple city have Bastillodons or some other creature that have sacred relics of Potek that are able to disrupt magical creatures, to make it where creatures like demons and undead that are sustained by magic, it fucks with it, fucks with those spells of binding. I think that could make for a really cool war machine that these Lizardmen would realistically have. Which I could add kind of next to our skinks mounted on weird creature stuff. I'm gonna add that. Yeah, great idea, because anti-magical construct / creature. There we go. Then we got elemental exposure. Oh, I'm a bit of a noob. Hello, welcome. Can someone explain very briefly to me what kind of game Dark Deeds is and how many people are needed to play and how I can get an Andy-sized copy? Well, I can tell you while Andy's doing a little bit of drawing that Dark Deeds is great from about 2 to 6 people. 6 being a little on the 2 to 5. 2 to 5.
Best, yes.
It is a card game that also has a very simple dice element, and basically you have a street of cards and you play them, and they are like different, like really very beautifully drawn. All the cards are completely unique. There's no double cards. Characters that you are trying to steal things from or to take out because you're all minions serving these terrible dark masters, and your dark deeds are you trying to take out relevant targets to make your masters happy because they want you to steal certain kinds of things or take out certain kinds of enemies. And your goal is basically to make your boss happier than they are with everybody else. And presumably you will be exalted and the rest of them will be killed horribly after the game is over. But it's a fun game that has a lot of really good backstabbing elements, trying to steal cards from other players or give cards you really don't want to other players. There's a dice rolling system where whenever you try to do something, you roll 2d6 and you're trying to get equal to or above a certain number, but you have ways to mess with that dice roll, whether it's yours and you're trying to improve it, or it's an opponent's and you're trying to make it worse. So it's a very fun game. Once you've kind of figured it out your first time, it moves really, really fast. It's a very fast-paced game, which is one of its big strengths. And it's excellent, and it's extremely high-quality materials.
Yeah, when we were discussing with Modiphius about its production, Mark, I don't know if you know Mark Gibbons, but he is a relatively immense artist of Blizzard and
kind of a
games. Yeah, totally. And Games Workshop fame. But when I was discussing with Mark how we were going to produce this one, his core discussion all the way through it was, it has to be quality. It has to be what I want. So when I was speaking to Chris over at Modiphius, every time when we were discussing the production, it was always about how can we make sure this is the highest possible quality and still be at a price that we can make affordable for everyone to buy themselves a copy. So yeah, it is a pretty game. It's really nice. And it plays really smoothly. As Sotek says, it's for 2 to 5, works as well with 2 as it does with 5. And most importantly, it feels like a very different game. So if you play it with different numbers of people, you actually get quite a different gaming experience, which gives it quite a lot of longevity, which is super fun.
In my personal experience, 2 to 3 people feels very much like it feels like an interesting tactics game where it's a lot of thinking very, very carefully about what your opponent has and trying to lure people into specific traps. Whereas if you're playing with 4 or 5 people, it immediately evolves into like more of a Mario Party experience where your goal is to fuck over as many people as possible and try not to be the most fucked over person.
Yeah, totally. And one of the big things is it's just fun.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Which is a big thing. Anyway, let's not get too caught up on this. I will just say I adore the game. I've had more fun with it than I ever expected. And if we do end up selling enough of them, we've got another couple of games lined up. We've got one that we're currently prototyping over Christmas, which is, I think, one of the funnest games I've ever played. It's just so much fun. And I really hope that we get to produce it. So with that in mind, do buy yourself a nice Christmas copy of Dark Deeds. It would make an enormous difference to us.
By the way, this is a very random aside. This is me personally. If there is anybody out there that is particularly skilled at making mods on Tabletop Simulator or know somebody that is, please have them reach out to me because I would like to talk to someone about potentially getting a Dark Deeds mod.
It's worth noting that you can play digitally online right now in Tabletopia.
What? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a version online, Tabletopia. If you go to Tabletopia and type in Dark Deeds, it's free. You can just go play it online.
Well, son of a bitch. I didn't know that. I'd also like to see it on Tabletop Sim for free.
It's not an identical rule set to the one that's inside because there's no easy way to organize the Brute Squad, which is the card that ends the game, in a method that actually takes the best advantage of the rules. So we just removed the Brute Squad entirely. So the game's actually a bit longer than it should be, but it is, beyond that, pretty much exactly what you'd expect. It's really good.
Well, there you go. But I would still, if anyone out there knows or is a big mod for Tabletop Sim, I'd still like to have that discussion. Just because that's a really popular game and I could introduce it to a lot of people I know, which would be cool.
Cool, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to answer. So we're finally somehow caught up on Super Chats, thank God. So now I'm going to be pulling out random comments to just answer some notes and write down some ideas that I see for people. Dragon Magic, skinks would not make good prison wardens, would they? No, generally not. But that's what Saurus are for. Saurus are excellent prison wardens.
They certainly are. They'd be very good at it.
See, what is it? Staffs like the Jaffa use in Stargate would be cool.
Jaffa Kree.
They shoot light energy that's great against demons and undead. Oh, like a weapon. Yeah, there's actually a weapon like that already in the game. I think it's called the Sun Staff or hold on, I'm gonna look it up because it's gonna bother me if I don't. There's a magic weapon. I think it's like the Sun Staff of Sotek, and it literally is that. It like shoots laser beams, and it's a really cool magic item you could take. So like that would be just kind of like your standard affair. This weapon is available. If you are so inclined, let's see, where is it? It is wasn't it in this edition, or am I having a stroke? Was it not? Was it not? Yeah, me too. Oh no. Where is it? I know. Oh, okay, but anyway, as I am desperately attempting to look that up, curious to see how deep. So I would say this city of all the Lizardmen cities, this would probably be one of the deepest underground cities because it has a mountain. So there would be all those natural caverns the Lizardmen would be able to exploit. Of that, you'd have, especially because when you're dealing with the Lizardmen, they specifically build the spawning pools of the Saurus deep underground because they need to be kept relatively at a cooler temperature compared to the spawning pools of the skinks, which tend to be above ground. And weirdly, there are arguments in the lore about whether Kroxigors are supposed to come from the underground ones or the above ground ones, because in the older lore, or in some of the lore, they come from the underground ones because there's a lot of There's some like
troglodytes.
Yeah, there's stories about it, and yeah, Crocscores are very heavily inspired by the troglodytes. Yeah. And but in a lot of the newer lore, they always go with that the skinks and the Crocscores come from the same spawning pools, which is why they have spawnkin rules, which means they would come from the overground ones, which I don't think the writers necessarily realized when they connected those two together.
All right, so our basic shape, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. Okay, yeah. So I've gone for, we've got the, let's just bring this up so you can see a bit more clearly. This is the incredibly rubbish shape. Okay, so that was the original bone saw shape that I've gone with. It's also worth noting that I took a quick frog skull and I've gone that sort of shape as well, and I've combined the two. So first I took there we go. There's the, let's just put that up to 100. There's the basic temple layout that we would probably have. So which is each one of those is sitting on a core star. So we've got ourselves the 5 there. We look at that, we put the bone saw over it, you will see that's the bone saw. Okay, so we've got ourselves a basic layout. But we've also got the frog to deal with. So we then lay in our mountains. So if this is just very quick layout. This is the highland and the lowland.
You work so fast.
Okay, so that gives us our frog skull. If I bring the frog skull in, you'll see that it's sitting there behind it. And it also explains why this place was chosen, because it naturally sits almost like a big mountainous frog skull that actually sits there. And then we quickly add a couple of lines over the top of that to give the idea of the first places where the first plazas are going to be sitting over there. With the big eyes, big dips that sit in between, and possibly down at the bottom we've got spawning pools in each.
Yeah, that would be perfect. Skink spawning
pools. Okay, so skink spawning pools sitting down at the bottom, which I think will be quite good too. But we've got ourselves this great central ridge, where we've got. Let me just pull up a big red pen here so we can see it. Put a new layer on and go multiply. So we've got ourselves this great central ridge that goes down the mountain. There, and they're connected across that way as well, loosely connected down into the dip, which almost certainly will go down into the spawning pools there, and there. So that leaves us with a couple of natural areas. The jungle clearly is going to be sitting in these areas, so we can have the temples and the cities and the plazas rising out of the jungle where they've not been damaged in most of these areas. And I think that's a pretty good start off design for the overall shape. You'll notice up in the top corner we have obviously, we
got our volcano
there. Yeah, indeed, we've got our big giant volcano there, which is going to be threatening. I think it might be worth having a channel going down to a primary spawning pool here. So that we've got the worry that should lava do the trickly thing and go wee, that's them all screwed. Or possibly alternatively that used to be one and lava has indeed already fucked that one up in the past.
I think I like the idea that either during the cataclysm or during the earthquake that destroyed the Temple of Tepoch, it already did that.
Yeah, something like that would be, I think, a pretty good idea. We've got a peak that's sitting up over there, so we've got the potential of putting something on or around the peak up there as well that looks, pardon me, down over it. There's another peak over there, and then a peak off the spine of it. I don't want to put a core temple in any of those, because if we keep the core temples on the star locations,
I think what the peaks would be good for, because we're dealing with a mountain city. I think the peaks would be really good for when the aviaries, where they keep the pterodon messengers.
Good idea.
Go from the city to city. That would probably be the natural place the listener would have put those.
Yeah, that would work quite well. So, yeah, there's all manner of different ways that could be pinged up, but I think we've got a pretty good shape there that's based on most of what everybody's discussed. We've got
I think so.
The core of the bone saw, which is sitting there. We've got ourselves a frog skull lying at the very heart of it, suggesting why it was so important to Tepoch in the first place. Potek, pardon me, in the first place. Get my various names. That's Potek in the first place. We've got our volcano that's taller than most of the rest of it, which means it's also a looming threat, and it's almost of a height with the highest point over here. So they're sort of looking at each other rather than it's sort of lower down. It's sort of raising up, and you've got the big dip in between. Which is quite fun, and we've got quite a lot of interesting areas where we can put stuff, but I think as it stands, the current core skink spawning pools are probably in the eyes, because that's quite fun. And there used to be more spawning pools around, and they are now all ruined, destroyed for a variety of different reasons, and perhaps that's important. We've got ourselves the core one there, the 4 that sit around it, 2 others, and I think I agree with the idea that one of those is holding potentially the remains of one of Nagash's Dreadlords of Awfulness.
Yeah, I really, really dig that.
So I think the next question is which one makes for the better story? And if we're looking at this as a standard, I think there's one other thing that'd be worth doing, and that's deciding which directions do our people who are invading this place come from. Because that helps us tell the story that we want to tell. And who wants to be our end of level boss and exactly where it goes and similar. We want this, our core ward, to be somewhere that they go to eventually, but we might want to be able to see them all on the peaks of the mountains, so it might be better if they come in from that direction, which immediately goes, I think that if that's the case, that's maybe where we put our undead chap up in the top corner.
Yeah, I kind of think of the temple that was like kind of ruined and split by the earthquake is probably the left one, because it's nice and close to the volcano. That being Tepok's temple, that Tepok would have been held in like especially high reverence. So the idea that it was kind of along that connecting point between the inner city and the outer city, but it's the one that got split and ruined.
Totally. And then so this one here, crack, properly destroyed. A whole host of messed up bits on that one. I quite like that.
Yeah, I do like the northern one being the prison. Which I will figure out what old one to put there later. Oh, I like that so much. Holy shit. Hey, Walker. Thank you. That is super generous. No message.
Thanks very much, A. Walker.
Thank you. If you want to, I don't know if you forgot to add any text, but I'll keep a lookout. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's very generous. Let's see. Dynaman says, I'm imagining skink favelas down the sides of the mountains on either side of the ridges, kind of like the favelas in Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
and I'm kind of imagining the same sort of idea sitting in my head. All these little square buildings piled up one on top of each other with all manner of, faces sitting on the side of them in their blocky square ruins. And perhaps different spawning pool groups all living together in different things. Some of them are dedicated to one trade or one way of defending the place or one way of doing something. Basically, it's all almost spread out like different clan groups, but by spawning groups instead.
Yeah, also a really funny, just unrelated to anything, but I find it a really stupid mental note that always makes me giggle, is that when I was younger reading the Lizardmen stuff and I was reading about the skink favelas, I misread it and my brain just decided it was falafas and refused to change it for the long time. So every time I'd say, I'd be like, oh, skink falafas. And I'd be like, wait, no, that's not right. That's not even close to being right. Donovan, if you want another idea of what a jungle mountain city could look like, I suggest Ciudad Perdida in Colombia. Especially look at the artist reconstructions. So in addition to earlier comment, a mix of that and Rio Mountain favelas. Interesting. Okay, so Ciudad recreation. Oh, that's a really God. I need to go to these places at some point in my life. They're so gorgeous. See if I can get an image that looks... I can't find an image of an artist reconstruction, but I can find what it looks like nowadays. Here, I'll pull it up on stream. This is definitely what I think some parts of it would look like, without a shadow of a doubt.
And again, I'm being very sketchy with this, just so everyone knows. I'm not intending on doing this particularly well. The goal is to get a shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
And an understanding and a clear idea of what...
Yeah, where it's kind of like, built. Wow, those are much larger spaces than they look initially from the image, because you can see how small the people look in those little platforms.
Yeah.
Andy can draw well and fast. Dude, Andy is such a skilled man of many hats. It's insane. Like, you go look at the Lawhammer thumbnails and go, wow, those are really cool art pieces. Yeah, Andy made them. He also can draw maps, and he can write good.
Yeah. Maps were a primary thing for me for a long time.
Let's see.
Okay. An idea of what they might be like down there.
Oh, hey guys, I neglected to type my message. I just want to show my appreciation. I never can attend the live stream, so I never had the opportunity to donate, but I listen to almost all the episodes. Well, we appreciate that, A Walker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Super appreciated.
Let's see. If it's a prison for the Dreadlord of Nagash, shouldn't it be on the south side to be further away from Nagash coming from the north? Not necessarily, because if the main approach up into the city would be from the south, then you would want it in the north so that it's the most protected area. Because if it's just like sheer slopes, off the northern side, this thing is like, hundreds upon hundreds of yards into the air. People climbing up that is probably not too much of a worry based on your natural defenses.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, so that's going down like that.
World says, I wish you guys would do a stream someday that talks about I like how you capitalized every word. Wish you guys would do a stream sometimes that talks about the technological development in a fantasy world. Such as if the end times never happened, would the Empire have developed flight, dwarf sky cities?
Yeah.
You say that like there's not already a dwarf sky city. That is a thing already. Technological development, it's a big can of worms. Because a lot of that would then dial into the whole thing of like why the technology in the world stagnated for as long as it did. Because that's one of like the big, whenever someone comes into the world that clearly is like new to Warhammer and expects it to be very, very well thought out and developed, they go, why is the Empire and everybody else's technology not advanced for like 1,000 years? And it's like, that's a great question.
Yeah, there's an answer in my personal games, but it's a personal answer. It's not one from Games Workshop. So yeah.
See, Amadeus, you think the reason of dread for... Oh, do you mean outsiders coming to the city, Amadeus, or do you mean for the Lizardmen themselves? Elemental exposure. I'm sorry to ask again, but where does one buy Dark Days in the US? No need to apologize. If you go down into if you're watching this on YouTube, if you go down into the description, it should be one of the top links. Let me pull up the stream from my end here. I want to say it's the very top link. View on YouTube. Show description. Yeah, it's one of the top links. So there's one that says pre-order Dark Deeds here. And there's one that says GB for if you're in Europe. And there's one that says US if you're in the United States or somewhere in that ballpark.
If you're in the US, your local friendly game store can order it directly from Modiphius as well, because they've got a wholesale channel. So all they need to do is get in contact with Modiphius, and Modiphius will send them copies. So I do strongly recommend that you go in and get them to bug them to send copies directly to them.
So yeah, you can also ask your local gaming store.
I'm not happy with that color.
Let's see. Another potential suggestion. What if there are spots around the mountains that have water flowing out of the caves? The spawning pools could all be connected as a big semi-lake exposed system like the cenotes of the Yucatan. And at some points around the side, the water bursts out of the... So when you have spawning pools, the important thing about spawning pools is that they're self-contained, because they're not truly natural things. They might look natural, but they're contained because they're where all the Lizardmen little tadpole things are. So they're not connected often to wider water sources. They're usually hidden amidst various water sources, but the idea that there is an underground water system would be extremely likely. And that there are areas where water is quite literally bursting from like cave mouths and stuff flowing down. Because Lizardmen do rely very, very heavily on lots of water. Granted, they live in the Southlands and Lustria, where it's it's tropical and it's rainforest and there's lots and lots and lots of rain. But there would almost certainly be A, underground lakes, and B, underground river systems flowing through the mountains that would burst out various places. That probably wouldn't be something that would be depicted on this map per se, but that would definitely be something that you would note about the underground section of the Temple City. Because once again, Lizardmen, all Lizardmen Temple Cities go so far underground, it's just bonkers. There's actually a fun short story that I am struggling to remember the name of that. Oh, no, it's not a short story. In the Lizardmen 5th edition book, there's a story about a skink who's exploring the depths under, I think it's the Temple City of Itza, or Itsha, and he comes across, he finds a Skaven tunnel that's been burrowed into, and it's about him chasing this Skaven around that's trying to poison the spawning pools, and he eventually kills him. Kills the Skaven, but it shows how deep down they go. Because you have to go like a ways down because the cooler environment is needed for the Saurus spawning, and there's also, as revealed by the end times, but genuinely suggested by some of the older lore, there's a lot of Old One relics kept down there, because a lot of the temple cities, although we see most of them above ground, they have vaults, and as it's revealed later, engines that are far deeper beneath the Earth's crust. Lord Mazdamundi, good to see you. I remember this city. Lord Croak and I shared grubs here once upon one of our first meetings. Thanks for the beautiful map and hard work, fellas. You both inspired me in my own writing. Well, thanks. Thanks, second greatest of the second generation Slon. We appreciate. We're glad that you have fond memories of this great. I should come up with a name for the city while Andy's doing that, because I have my Saurian lexicon. I wonder if I can slap together a name, because all the city names are amusingly straightforward.
Yeah, they are.
They are not complex. Let's see, Dynaman, thank you for the cheer. Fun random fact: given the frog skull, frog tongues don't actually shoot out like chameleon tongues. Instead, they are attached near the front of the mouth and basically flop out forward of the mouth at rapid speed. That's gross and genuinely interesting. Thank you. I did not know that. Let's see. One of Potek's domain is anti-undead, yet Nagash rose. If Nagash is not part of the Great Plan, then why did Potek's failsafes not stop his ascension? If Nagash is part of the Great Plan, then Potek seems to stand opposed to the Great Plan in that case, which is fascinating. That would be a fascinating discussion. I don't know if that's one that the Lizardmen themselves would have, but that would be a great in-universe debate among like archaeologists or characters that are somewhat knowledgeable on the subject. Let's see. We have what should be named Skull Mountain. I mean, the mountain near it might be named that, but that's not what the city's name would be. Something quite if when translated would be something quite literal. Like it would be like I'll put it this way. It's literally stands for the first city. That's what it's called.
Yeah, true fact.
Hetschwaddle is the city of the sun. It's very on the nose. Tashlan is the city of the moon, sometimes known as the city of the eclipse. Very straightforward. Waddle is known as the awakening because it's a city that's being rebuilt. Like the Lizardmen are not super inventive when they name things. Which, to be fair to them, you don't need to be when I guess you're the first person naming things. And we know the city of Zlatlan is not too far away. That's kind of the big one, or Zlatlan being the big city here in the Southlands. Though it would actually probably be a good ways from ours because Zlatlan is much closer to the coast. Let's see. Captain Magma says, Andy, how did you get that forest effect brush?
Made it.
He made it.
No, I didn't really make it. I took an ancient brush from a bajillion years ago in Photoshop because I first messed around with it when I was about, I don't know, younger. And I discussed it in some of the Rookery tutorials for how to do maps. In fact, if anyone's really interested, I'm actually doing a tutorial about how to do city maps, just like the Ubersreich map. GM map for the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set. I'm doing that next week for the Rookery.
That'll be fun. That'll be a good
yeah,
stream.
so if anyone wants to know how to do a map just like the one that I did for Games Workshop, you can find out in that stream. And I'm just using a very simple brush here just to map out where I think most of the trees will be. Yeah, I discussed this brush in particular, how to use it, how to do it in one of the Rookery streams. So go check out there. If you want to know, it's Critical Cartography 3.5. It was also the one where I discussed where we did the very first Callaghan map off of it. So I discussed it in some of the Callaghan streams that you'll find over on the Lawhammer channel as well. I need to go far bigger than this just to fill up the area.
Yeah, so if you are somewhere out there, if you're out there and you go, damn, this Andy stuff looks really cool, I want to see more of this map stuff, then make sure you go to that stream lobby and tell it to remind you when the stream goes live.
No, that stream's a Patreon one. So
it's a Patreon one. They'll go on the Rookery Patreon. You can support them. It's not expensive. I'm on there. You can support them without breaking your bank. Though, if you want to support them even more, please do. But if you want to check out that stream, it's a really easy thing to sign up for. You can also find the link for that down in the description below. I have all the Patreons and stuff all down there for Rookery, Lawhammer, and Sotek. So please check out the Rookery one, because goddamn, you get a bang for your buck with the Rookery. You get big bang for your buck.
Okay, getting an idea of what this place is like now. It's beginning to become a thing.
Good, excellent. And I am just kind of shifting through comments. So if you have, someone's suggesting a name. Even better, a chat suggested name makes me happy. Dino Man, thank you for the 100 bits, says maybe Zekwexley, which would be intruder, defend, fire.
Zekwexley.
I'd
like some aspect of death or something in there.
Yeah, so you need to get crow in there. So it might be instead of I wonder if it would be better to go Zekwa Crow, because that would be defense against. That would essentially be that would either translate as defense against dead intruders, or it would be sacrifice against death. Would be vaguely how that would translate, which could work, though it's a bit of a mouthful. It's got a lot of hard consonants, which isn't a bad thing. Lizardmen sometimes, a lot of their stuff sometimes have hard consonants all over the place. Zekwa Crow. Because the big ones you want Crow, which is KRO, because that represents themes of death, sacrifice, and transcendence.
Definitely, that needs to be in there.
Yeah. Q or Quo for defend, I think is reasonable considering that this is a city of Potek. So those, you definitely need to have those two. Shili, I think you can kind of do without, because while the city does have a volcano near it, it's not super core to the theme. Zek, I do like the idea of intruder or foe, because once again, Potek is a defense. Some other good ones, you have Lock, which Lock represents concepts of death and danger, but it means death in a more... Actually, Lock might be better than Crow, because Lock is death in a more threatening sense, where Crow is more death in a sacrificial sense.
Yeah.
So you might want to do something like Zekulok, which could work well. Actually, you probably wouldn't want Zek as the first word. You'd probably want Lok Zekwo. Or Zokwo. Zokwo.
You're speaking in tongues, dude.
I know, I'm working on it. Granted, we don't have a lot of the Lizardmen lexicon. It's a very small list.
I wouldn't be too worried about making it a perfect sound. I'd be more interested in something that sounds it's about right, that's in the correct area, but sounds good. It's got to trip off the tongue in a good way. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's easy to pronounce per se, but it trips off the tongue and it sort of it speaks to what you're attempting to make. So you're taking the elements that are in the existing language already, but you're adapting them and developing them into what would be almost certainly the real version of it, rather than us just grabbing some random bits.
I do like Zequalock. Zequalock is a decent one.
Zequalock.
Zequalock.
Is that ending in a K?
Ends in a C.
In a C. Zequalock. Zequalock. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it could be like Zequalosh. Yeah.
Yeah, particularly because we can be we can be all superior and say, I think you'll find out it's actually a sh sound. Be an idiot about it.
Oh, sorry. It would end in a Q. Yeah, it's LOQ. So it would be ZECQULOQ.
Spell it out. I mean, pop it out in a post somewhere just so we can see.
Here. So it would either. Oh, here. So it would be Zek. The alternative version someone suggested, which would be rearranging it a little bit. Which actually, because you would have these letters combined, you could actually shave one off. So these are the current suggested ones. Of
Zequalock looks ugly. Loquezek. They look a bit ugly.
Look a bit ugly?
In that they're a little bit difficult to parse. You're looking for something that is relatively easy to like pop on a map, and you look at it and you say, "Oh, it's that place," and it's reasonably easy to say. Can you bring that one back
What about this one?
Croquezek.
So no.
Maybe replace the Z with a X. No, because that doesn't. It needs a vowel. Croquezek. I mean,
we could.
Quizek.
Crowlock sounds too much like a character name instead of a city name.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit like me, Grimlock.
Yeah. And don't be afraid to kind of add some letters.
Yeah, do come in and letters as well. Yeah, do drop in some ideas of what you think sounds like a really good name.
Ricky Chapman says, by the way, thank you. You two helped us write better to the point that a short story we wrote was so good our professor made us read it out to the English department of our college.
Excellent.
We would like to send you all one of the drafts. We would love to see that.
Yeah, go for it.
That's awesome. That's super nice. Congrats. Huge congrats. Thank you. Doom Glitter just started the stream, so I'm way behind. But I got an answer for the initial question. We've built this city on rock and bok bok. There you go. Yeah, that's
on bok.
Bok. That's their tagline.
Oh, I should have thought of that. I feel like an idiot. Yeah, good one. I appreciate that one.
Kuseklock. I like the way it looks.
Okay, so the apostrophe there turns it into a glottal stop. Okay, that's a noise.
Oh, so
that'd be Queshek Lock. Queshekalok. I mean, it's not a difficult thing to say, but it is a difficult one to write. Queshekalok. Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen one that jumps out at me. Keep trying, folks.
It's close. But
it's close. Zeklock. I know that's not what you meant by that, but I can't help but read it that way. Zeklock.
Okay,
it's a Bretonian city.
It's sort of falling into shape. There's some really bad bits down there, but whatever. This is just to get an idea of the overall shape, and it's almost there.
What about the city formerly known as Gary? I feel like that's a reference to something I don't know.
Rock and roll.
You wouldn't want the term quaddle in there, because that is referencing other things. That's a little too close to just Quetzalcoatl. So you want to avoid that, because that starts leaning more into like creature stuff. Oh, the Vault of Gary from Fallout. Thank you.
Of course.
Damn it, man! I'm a paleontologist, not a linguist. I don't know if there's an official term for people who name things. It's an important job, but I don't know if we have a name for it, which is a bit ironic.
Okay, this will do for the moment. Let's start filling in some detail.
So I'll include these in the chats. The big one that you really absolutely want to have, in my opinion, is lock. Lock is like, you got to have that somewhere in the word. Everything else is pretty like loosey goosey. But that's your, like, it's got to be there. If you're trying to sneak Crimlo in there, I'm not falling for it. It's very obvious.
Made me laugh.
Crimlocodal, that's just a nightmarish creature.
Okay, so what do we have here? We've got a spine that goes down there.
Shiverblock. I feel like there's too many B's. I feel like if you got rid of the second B, though, Shiverlock. Shiverlock's not terrible. So it would be...
I'd rather get rid of that second B.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. So it would just be Shiverlock.
Yeah.
And that could actually reasonably translate to something along the lines of... that would actually be pretty close to... Oh, that could actually have an interesting translation. Because that would have a mixture of the terms for fire, smoke, defense, or fire, smoke. Yeah, it'd have a mixture of fire, smoke, and death in a sense of danger. So it'd be kind of like the city of... that almost translates to something along the lines of like the city of fiery death.
Amusing.
Which is not bad, actually.
Possibly ties into one of the suggestions that we had right at the beginning, where we were going to...
the sky will ignite.
Yeah, we could possibly have that old one represented in one of the other temples anyway.
Oh, I do like that.
Yeah, I mean, we had the idea, and it's not a bad idea, so it was well to use it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Oh, I missed somebody's super chat. Here it is. Predator Rule says, the city is all about containment. Maybe there's a lot more Saurus than skinks. As you said, better guards. Maybe an old Saurus and Charts. So I think because we're in the Southlands, we want to stick with the pre-established Southlands lore. Which the pre-established lore of the Southlands is that there are less Saurus than there are in Lestria. Like, they're still there. There's just not as many. And this city could actually suffer from an issue of all of the Saurus they do have are very heavily dedicated to protection, to making sure that the things that are trapped stay trapped.
I quite like the original idea where there might be literally a handful of them left, and all the rest of them died in previous issues.
I mean, that would work very well with Southlands.
And the city is primarily defended by skinks. It's mostly skinks and their favelas and the various layered cities. The old spawning pools of the Saurus have been possibly blocked up by old volcanic eruptions on the inside, or alternatively just lost due to whatever undead nonsense we decide is the core issue that they face down there. But I think it's quite nice to have something that's a bit different. And we can have possibly a very old-blooded Saurus be responsible for leading them, so that their general is a Saurus. And a proper old one who's a bit broken. And
I'm kind of fucking with this name. Loquatl, which that actually translates really smoothly too.
Loquatl. Yeah. Loquatl's not too bad.
Yeah, that would be very it should be probably
Does it need the U? It could be
no,
Loquatl.
the U could actually be cut. It would actually be more accurate if the U was cut.
Yeah, I'd cut the U, then you've got Loquatl.
Yeah.
Loquatl's easy to say, it trips off the tongue, it's not too bad.
And
it
that
speaks to
that would
what it's
literally
up there for. I quite like that.
Yeah, and that would quite literally translate to a stronghold against death, essentially.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, I like that.
Pretty well.
Loquatl. Great, excellent, good. Boom. We got ourselves a temple city.
Loquatl. There you go. Good to know.
Good job, Dino Man. Excellent.
We got there in the end.
Yep. Where there's fire, there's death. Yeah, hell, for this city where there's smoke, there's fire, where there's fire, there's death. It's very, very true. The burning sky, Tartarus Tromler says the burning sky thing could potentially be the last failsafe of the containment procedure, cleansing the whole city and the surroundings with fire plasma. I do like that as an end times thing of like this idea that should the city ever fail in its mission, the sky will ignite. And you kind of have that interesting thing of, is it literal? Like, is it like a natural? There are ways you can interpret that, which makes it really fun, especially like for people in universe trying to figure it out. Is it talking about like a prophecy of that the volcano will erupt, which will cause the skies to burn? Is it a literal warning of there's an old one device that will trigger, which ignite, like goes off like a bomb, causing the skies to burn? Is it talking about it'll be the end of days where death and chaos and everything becomes ascendant and the skies are burning as fire falls from them? Because there'd be so many different ways to interpret it. I really like that.
I quite like the idea that it's potentially relatively real, as in there's an absolutely horrible device that could burn the sky away or some equivalent if not properly contained, because that gives us a nice big ridiculous over the top adventure that could be had there as well, with real stakes of if they don't do a thing, if the undead get whatever it is that they are intending to do, they will accidentally set off the burning of the world. Proper over the top, quite fun.
Yeah, could lean into that whole theory that Oppenheimer had of if setting off the nuke might cause a chain reaction that just burns burns the atmosphere.
Yeah, totally.
Captain Magma, combine undead and Skaven. Two biggest threats to Lizardmen merged into one thing. Perhaps a Dreadlord Skaven who side with Nagash for Warpstone. Skaven being one of the Dreadlords. I definitely would have a Skaven and undead threat. I don't think I would necessarily mix them. I think I would have a sometimes they have worked together, sometimes they haven't more type relationship, where sometimes they have been a mutual threat against the city and sometimes they have worked against one another, of having them present and interesting. I don't think I would lean as much into combining them because I feel this is going to sound annoying, but like I feel like Dreadfleet already did a really good job of that and I don't want to repeat it. Which you may go, well, that's dumb. And I would say, yeah, that's probably fair. But nonetheless, that is how I feel about it. Predator's Rule. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I'm imagining a prison similar to the one in Kung Fu Panda. Lots of vast drops and tight choke points. And maybe the skinks are buffer than you would expect. Yeah. And what's fun about actually the skink thing is there would be a really interesting thing of the Cult of Sotek would have made very strong inroads here and in much of the Southlands, of that those places that are very dominant with a skink warrior culture. You would have had red-crested skink spawnings after Sotek arrives in the Cult of Sotek, and according to legend, Sotek himself arrived in the Southlands, which also gives that fun tie-in of how Sotek has changed the Lizardmen. How they've evolved after Sotek's arrival. This city
worth it.
Yeah, this city would get to play a really key showcase of that evolution, which is always good. But yeah, I do agree that the Mortark's prison would probably be a deep hellish pit, that there's like crazy amounts of traps and crazy amounts of all sorts of nonsense going on. And if you ever had an adventure that getting down, once again, having that thing of there's all these insane traps, but they're all facing inwards. You get down to the bottom if you're an adventuring party and you find what's down there, and it getting out and just showing how all these defenses that could like wipe out an army at best can slow it down. Which would be super fun and scary. Just like Tai Lung getting out of that prison of like, holy shit, this thing's unstoppable. We fucked up. That would make for a very fun campaign of accidentally getting a bad guy to come out. Dinoman, given my username, I feel proud to have served my reptilian brothers. You can probably guess my favorite faction. It's Chaos Dwarves. Lizardmen are my favorite. Good order/good guy, but Chaos Dwarves are my your favorite overall. You traitor. No, call yourself a Dino Man. But yes, thank you very much. Bifocal King. Bifocal King. Bifocal King. There we go. Being Kentuckian, I had thought of where they train the riding beasts. They have a track to get the beasts used to commands, but it ends up being competition like horse racing. There would probably be so this would probably be one of those areas where as you go down and kind of into the surrounding jungle, a lot of the Lizardmen, when they have like their animal pens and stuff, they're usually not within the core of the city. They're in the surrounding, what I would call like the outskirts, where it's beyond the outer city. So you have your inner city where you have all your big crazy temples and shrines to the old ones and all this stuff. And then you get to the outer city where you have a lot of the skink buildings, a lot of the buildings that are needed for maintenance of the city, like your armories, your places where weapons are stored, various vaults, places where people live and eat, the insect farms for food and all this stuff. And then outside of that, when you're in the full jungle proper, you're in the outskirts, and that's where you often have your beast pens, your tracks for training them. So that would be something you'd probably find out there. But absolutely, especially because it's very likely that these Lizardmen would use creatures that you don't necessarily see as much in Lustria. Would they probably still have like Stegodons and Carnosaurs and stuff like that? Yeah, sure. A Dreadsaurian, but maybe instead of maybe they would rely less on, because they don't have Saurus Cold One Riders. In the Southlands list, you had Skink Horned One Riders. So they've got their Horned One Riders, but they also have their various creatures that are native only to the Southlands that developed in the, many, many years after the old ones came. So, like how we have the Cultured Riders of Southern Lustria, someone talked about earlier that maybe there are skinks here that ride on these large ape-like creatures or large monkey-like creatures that are able to climb and move across the mountainous terrain significantly easier. Maybe there's something more like a llama or an alpaca, or maybe there's something I would probably want to lean more on African themed creatures and definitely not South American. So like someone talked about earlier the monkeys that are native to Africa, of having like a larger variant that's able to just effortlessly pull itself, not only swing and move through the dense jungles of the trees, but it can also is able to climb and move around the mountains significantly easier. Those would be some really cool creatures that the skinks would likely rely upon. Because skinks are very, very good at animal taming. They're surprisingly good at it. Where Saurus, rather amusingly, Saurus are spawned with the capability of having like a natural affinity for certain creatures, but they're not often that good at training them. Even the Carnosaurs that are used by the Saurus are raised from hatching by skinks, and then eventually are handed off to a old blood or a Scar veteran that demonstrates the will and the capability of controlling them. But it's the skinks who actually raise and initially train them.
If you're building a Lizardman army thing, I would strongly suggest that whatever you put your skinks on are, well, lizards.
You don't like the colchins, the big ostriches, ostrich birds?
They're all right, but it's that's why it's only a strong suggestion. It's not it has to be this because, but generally speaking, it's a good place to start. And then if you get something that works really well, you move out. But you got to remember, the birds are lizards. They're
True.
dinosaurs. Birds are just dinosaurs.
That would be the
So-
big thing, is like dinosaur descendant or reptilian creatures that are native to Africa. And maybe especially
what
like
we'd be looking
extinct
for.
ones, because that's where it gets really fun, is looking at the extinct creatures.
Yep. Something that actually feels like it's Lizardmen.
No chocobos. Unfortunately, the chocobos are restricted to the Great Plains of Southern Lustria, but we do have chocobo skink riders.
Quite. And I have been recently playing Final Fantasy Remake, and chocobos everywhere. Good times.
Let's see.
Okay. I sort of get what this place
Beasts
looks
of
like now.
Burden and War should be native Nehekaran monsters who went extinct due to Nagash everywhere else. Maybe like synapsids, like Gorgonosopids, I can't, and Dimetrodons, or like big African buffalo. So yeah, very much leaning into the extinct creatures, but probably keep yourself focused on things that would realistically work well with cold-blooded lizardmen. So like reptilians, birds, that have that kind of dinosaur ancestry, stuff like that.
Yep.
Oh yeah, trust me, I'm very well aware of shoebills. Things are fucking nightmarish looking. Yeah, with the clacking their beaks together sounds like fucking guns going off.
Yeah. There could be something in that. Okay, right. So we've got a place now.
Diamond X says, I've been thinking a lot about wood elves living in jungles and riding stegodons, carnosaurs, and wyverns, kind of like the Exodite Eldar. So I will say this. Wood elves that end up living so we don't have any lore about it, but if you ever had, there is a wood elf enclave in Lustria of the Southlands living in the forest there, protecting a notable world root place. Would they ride on native creatures in that area? I would say yes, they absolutely fucking would. So if you want to have wood elves on dinosaurs, I don't think it's that big of a stretch. I really don't. Because wood elves they fit into their natural environment. That is what they do.
Yeah, agreed.
Floodwater says, oh shit, I forgot there are cheetah gator dinosaurs. I forget what they're called. Well, if you remember, let me know, because that sounds like it'd be a really cool mount.
It does.
Dynaman, thank you for the bits. You say shoebills are nightmarish. Have I seen marabou storks? In my opinion, if shoebills look lawful evil, marabou storks look chaotic evil. Well, just for you, I'm gonna look this up. Marabou stork. Oh yeah, they're just kind of ugly. They look like someone crossbreeded a stork with a vulture, like a stereotypical cartoon vulture.
That'll do.
The Caprosuchus, I probably pronounced that wrong. That sounds like the lead into a joke. Is the running crocodile. I apologize to people that are a fan of said reptile. That thing looks sick. Okay, so it's a prehistoric crocodile that's specialized in running on land. Ugh. I don't know if anyone in chat has ever seen crocodiles run in real life, but they're surprisingly fast.
Yeah.
They just can't turn very well. This would make a perfect additional creature to the roster. That would make a really fun creature. 20 feet in length? Fuck that
Holy
thing.
crap. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's perfect. I was thinking like cavalry. That's more like a monstrous beast. Fuck that thing. That is too big. Thank you very much. Yeah, Capros, definitely a good one. It's too big for something that moves that fast. Hoplite, a good chance to incorporate a Warhammer version of an African Lake Neos. What is a Lake Nios? Lake Neos? Lake Nios. Oh, it's a place. Lake Nios is a crater lake in the northwest region of Cameroon. It's a deep lake high on the flank of an inactive volcano in the Aku volcanic plain. A volcanic dam impounds the lake waters. Oh, that's interesting. Like something around that, like on the volcano. That it could be like that happened to that covered up like maybe those spawning pools we talked about earlier. Is that I didn't read the story you added. Maybe you could have a Warhammer version of what happened with Lake Nios, where eruptions caused CO2 to rise out of the water and it asphyxiated a valley.
Like that.
That is great. Absolute. I will add that to the history section.
Like that.
Because that's dreadful as fuck. Like, because especially from a lot of Warhammer creatures' perspective, that would just be a valley that if you go into, you just die, and you don't know why.
Yep. You'd go in and you just
Because there's no oxygen, so you wouldn't even notice you're dying. You just black out and die. Oh, that's terrifying. I love that. That also, I think, makes for a really kick-ass natural defense for like approaching from one of the directions. Like the Lizardmen rarely guard it because if you go in there, you just fucking die. But that would also make it especially vulnerable to the undead because they don't have to breathe.
Yeah.
So
it would, which is a potential issue, and that's good.
Yep, that's great. Where eruptions caused extreme excess CO2 to make a valley of death. Great, cool, great. Parostim, I agree 100%. That could be a great twist. PCs in the area think that the death zone is magical in nature, but it's just natural CO2. That's great. Yeah. That's a good way to mess with player expectations. Like the wizard's like, oh, I'll handle this, and tries to detect magic, and he's like, there's no magic here.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Dead. The entire place is just dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amadeus
probably would be. There'd be shyish there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there'd be shyish. But like,
there'd be shyish. There'd also be a wrapping of Ulgu through that as well.
Mm-hmm. Obsidian seems awfully important and quite anti-magical. Plus, there's a volcano.
Yes.
Yeah, Lizardmen harvest obsidian and their super version, obsidianite, a lot. So a volcano being nearby would be great for the city because they would help a lot for producing weapons and forging important artifacts. And if the old ones were using forges on this world in ancient times, a volcano makes for a hell of a forge and ties in very well to a lot of the powerful forges in the Warhammer world, which are almost all volcanoes. The amount...
Just as a small aside, as I'm working through this, I'm really quite liking the idea that this city has broken its anything close to its original borders or anything similar. The skinks have almost spawned out of control. They're no longer following the original plan for the city. The idea of the favelas and similar, and it's begun to stack upon itself down the sides. And where originally there would have been a proper plan in place with quite clear delineations of where all the channels of magic would have been moving through the geomantic web, that has been broken by centuries and possibly millennia without mage priests giving direct orders over this, and it's been year after year after year of them building and building and building until eventually we've got the equivalent of, in fact, just nicely popped down there by dragon magic, the equivalent of skink rookeries. We've got the equivalent of large slumlands where the less favoured skinks have gathered, perhaps from less favourable spawnings, perhaps from spawnings that are half caught up with whatever it is that's causing them problems in general. I quite like that.
I actually do like that quite a bit, especially with that actually ties into something someone suggested earlier of like there's something odd about the spawning pools here. Of that, there's that idea that maybe the skink spawning, like the Saurus spawning pools have gone utterly silent and there's no more Saurus, but for some reason the skink spawning pools are overproducing. And, you have that idea of there is, some skink priest or lower slon that occasionally wake up that's trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with the spawning pools, and that's kind of one of those background narrative threads. God, that would be actually really interesting because from a slon perspective, it would be very alarming for them to wake up and there's just like so many more skinks than they're supposed to be, and them looking around and going like, what the hell is wrong with this? Would there? Oh yeah, there would be croc scores, quite a few. Like croc scores and skinks would be like by far the main population of the city. Saurus would be pretty. I think so. Pretty rare. So which would be fun because it also means that the skinks would have to adapt between themselves and the Croxagors of filling in the roles the Saurus have to provide. So you would likely see Croxagors like being given more elaborate weapons or more elaborate armor that they normally don't because they have to perform more important battle roles as opposed to just being like ambush shock troops like they normally are. And the skinks as well.
Croxagor!
Yeah. Which, to be fair, terrifying. But Hagen, synapsids are also known as mammals like reptiles, and specifically the gorgonopsid would be a good mount that looks like nothing else. Let me Google this thing because it's got gorgon in the name. Oh wow. Oh yeah, these were the creatures that were like right on that border in nature between yeah, they were like a very obvious bridge between mammals and reptiles.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good get if they match or some equivalent of
Yeah,
those.
it's a really cool looking creature too. Yeah, this would be sick. Yeah, that would be a yeah. It looks like a saber-toothed crocodile that has fur on some parts of its body. Predatory proto-mammals. Yeah, that's perfect. A proto-mammal would be perfect. That's cool.
Especially if you adapt it and make it a bit more lizardman. Perhaps instead of heavy fur, you could go with feathers running down the length of it instead. So it's very similar but slightly different. Bolster it up, slap some lizardman iconography on it, and suddenly it becomes a thing.
Ricky Chapman says the Spinosaurus, which is a favorite of childhood me, was native to Africa, so large semi-aquatic hunter mount would be good. Maybe they are used to patrol the rivers surrounding the mountainside. Yeah, that could work perfectly well. And it would. I think the fun thing would be that you'd have different sets of dinosaurs. Like Troglodons would probably pop around, but like maybe instead of Carnosaurs, you have these Spinosaurus ridden by skinks. And maybe like the only Carnosaur they have.
Perhaps really messing this up because we want to fill it all with dread. Let's make them scary. The Carnosaur and all the big stuff aren't on the lizardman's side. They're wild, and they're patrolling the jungles around about. The lizardmen they've pulled themselves up into the heights to pull themselves away from it. And the fear of what lies down in the valleys in between of the big dinosaurs that are kicking about down there. Kind of go Valley of the Lost Dinosaurs with it, because that's often dropped down into the deepest, darkest Africa or some equivalent. And you could go with the idea that the skinks themselves are as afraid of any PC that stupidly pops up there as a surprise Carnosaur, jumps out from behind. Where did that come from? All the elves are surprised.
Yeah, that's good. Like the city hasn't had, because it doesn't have Saurus, it hasn't had like spawning of Itzelsaurus in so many centuries, so they don't have like reliable way to tame a lot of the more predatory creatures.
Yeah, totally. So we basically have the city itself is besieged by what used to be its core defenders.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Ricky, of that. So the Troglodon takes a lot of inspiration from the Spinosaurus, and Troglodons, lizardmen are fucking terrified of them. They're called the Pale Death for a good reason, and the only thing that can tame them are skink oracles. So this city having like an unusual amount of them, I think works well, especially as like even if they've got like a good number of oracles that have tamed them, there's still a bunch of feral ones that lurk in the caverns beneath, which is a great defense, but they are also, fucking terrifying. Fucking love Troglodons. I'll always be a little salty with CA for not making them their proper coloration, but that's okay. Dino Man, honestly, there's a bunch of crocodile relatives that are more terrestrial, like Baronassicus, Postasuchus. One of them, Simosuchus, was actually herbivorous and actually looked pretty cute. Crocodiles are actually the closest living relative to birds. Both of them are archosaurs. The group that also contained pterosaurs and obviously all of the dinosaurs. Yeah, there is so much just dinosaur knowledge that I think if Games Workshop just could go carte blanche, they would love to just like throw in just lots of crazy fucking dinosaurs from all over the place. Because there's so many. You okay? Oh, nice! The man figured it out.
Exposure, I love you. I have not been looking up at the comments very much because clearly I've been just screwing around, messing about with the edges of what this city might be. And then I look up to see that. You rock. If anyone else has also bought it through the course of the stream and has not commented, well, at least a comment I spotted, do drop in a comment because you are also amazing. Thanks very much, Elemental Exposure. Deeply appreciated.
XL1. So we have certain death with the valley that has no oxygen, or almost certain death with the monster-filled jungles. Yeah, great. Very dreadful.
So that's quite nice. Plus, this isn't just a source of dread for anyone who's stupid enough to approach the place. It's a source of dread for the place itself, and also speaks to how they've withdrawn from the jungle completely, because the jungle is really dangerous, and it's dangerous to them as well. And also gives an idea why we're going to be relying upon some of the flying ones, because
I just realized that. So sorry, this is a little bit of a tangent, but I love it so much I have to say it. That valley where there's no oxygen because all the CO2 is rising out of all of the like water that's down there. That would be the place the skinks would put, because I know a lot of people voted for it, but that would be the place where the skinks would have built statues and shrines to the Quashitan, the old one that's the domain of predators and stillness. Of this valley is so sacred to him, he stills your very breath. Like it is the ultimate predator. You can't see it. It makes no noise. Yeah, like it just kills you.
Yep, like that.
That's good. I love.
Yep, like that. That works very well. And speaks to. You can see all the shrines going up, and it'd be something that PCs.
Because that's how the skinks view things.
Yeah.
Like they take. That's what makes skinks in a lot of ways so fun and honestly. One of their most relatable traits from a human perspective is that they're very superstitious. Skinks are superstitious, big time.
Yeah, I'm really quite liking the idea of a Lizardman city that actually breaks its template.
Yeah.
That doesn't do what Lizardman city normally do.
Which, if you have a skink or a city that's mostly skinks, that is frankly what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think that works quite neatly for what we're building here. And gives us a strong sense of unique identity, where it doesn't just look like yet another one of those temple cities that are neatly laid out. We're creating something that's got its own unique feel.
Donovan says, thought on Andy's thing about typically keeping mouse at a reptilian and with the dinosaurs being feral. Maybe that's why the skinks have adjusted to using more mammalian creatures like the Galata baboons. Because many of the reptilian predators, etc., are in the Predator Valley and have been lost control of by the Lizardmen. That's an angle that could be taken. It would be.
So I'll say why I don't like that, Dino Man, and I will admit that you may disagree, because everyone's got their own preferences. But ultimately, when you're building something that is going to be representative of Lizardmen, you want it to be Lizardmen. And the second you start undermining that, they begin to lose their unique flavors. There are a host of things that we could build in the Southlands that would use all of these other cool creatures, cultures, iconographies, things, which I think doesn't necessarily promote what makes the Lizardman unique. What we really want to do is get stuff that you go look at it and you go, oh yeah, that's Lizardman right to its core, which is why chocobos fit perfectly, because they're basically dinosaurs anyway. The whole feathered serpent is a thing too. Birds and lizards go hand in hand, and I think that something that broadly supports that rather than undermines it would be preferable. But that's not a hard line. It's more of a that would probably be better.
Yeah, I would agree of that. I would say that I would much prefer to use those creatures when developing the humans of the Southlands, as their creatures, their war beasts, their mounted creatures that, instead of just like horses, because horses would be fucking useless in such a dense jungle. And so I very much agree that I think I would want to keep those bordered off in a different area. Could you ask? No. You can ask whatever questions you want. A truthsayer. Well, are you saying like a truthsayer in this city? It would be very weird to see a truthsayer in this city, because that is a long way from Albion.
Yeah.
It is a long fucking way from Albion, my dude.
It is.
Dino Man, fair enough. Though random other note, given the mountainous terrain, what if the city has a unique skink variant, gecko skinks? I will say a unique spawning of skinks that are better designed for climbing would be neat. Like you could have a rare spawning of skinks here that have like unique traits that would fit in very, very easily.
Totally would, and it wouldn't be inappropriate.
Because that's something that often, sadly, does not get added. Is the idea that whoops, I somehow missed this. Elementary special. I've only read a few things about humanoid truthsayers. Could be a quarter for them. Could they play a role in this? So the truthsayers, for those that don't know, truthsayers are druids of Albion, who, when the Albion crisis happened, because Albion is an island off the coast of the old world that's kind of sort of very heavily based on the misty island that's over there where there's ancient secrets and druidic lore.
UK.
Yeah, it's Celtic UK. The myths of Albion, which were a defensive system that slowly but surely broke down over time. The Truthsayers were individuals that, quote unquote, stayed true to the druidic traditions, and they basically ran around the world trying to recruit allies to come to Albion to help them fight Be'lakor, because Be'lakor had corrupted some of the Truthsayers into what became known as Dark Emissaries.
Dark Emissaries.
Who were running around recruiting bad guys to come to Albion and just throw the island into fucking chaos. And so Truthsayer Albion is a very, very, very long way from where we're putting this temple city. So it probably would not be appropriate for them to be here, and they certainly wouldn't have anything like a quarter. Yeah, this would not. Now, if you were working on an Albion temple city, like if you were building up the city of Conquata, which started being built in relatively recent times, that would be a very realistic and interesting place to go. Truthsayers would probably have a relationship with it, and what would it be? Ricky Chapman, they're in. Gosh, y'all are killing me with these dinosaur names. Therizinosaurus don't have an equivalent in Warhammer, so a mountain version of it could be fun to be able to let them glide. Well, now I gotta Google
something that climbs up the mountains and can glide over. That'd be quite fun. Yeah, it'd be quite fitting for this as well.
Oh, interesting. It's kind of like a raptor that looks like it can have big wings.
Because if we take that and perhaps we take the face and we put like large skulls over the top of it, to reinforce the core background here, so they've got like a big skull sitting over the top of it.
This motherfucker,
well. 30 the skinks as well, wearing like skull masks.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Oh yeah, actually one of the temple. So one of the little. So we have the 4 temples. We talked about one of them should be Tepok and it's ruined. One of the ones that I think is perfect because we went with a constellation focused design, and there's all like this ash and dust and whatever. So we have Axelbern, one of the old ones, whose domain is the firmament. He has deep connection to the stars of the night sky, and his priests paint themselves black and mark themselves out with constellations in reference to the sky. But they need lots of that coal and ash stuff that you get volcanic coal to paint themselves the appropriate colors. I definitely think that should be one of the 4 temples.
Yep, agreed. That works well. It's a really good one.
But yeah, I love the idea of there being like skinks that have like skull-like imagery, or they wear like skinks wearing death mask is more common in this city.
I think that works really well.
Definitely 100%. I'm gonna make a note here.
And again, for those of you sitting out there going, well, this looks very sketchy and rubbish. Yeah, well, it is.
Andy, it looks great. I don't know why I don't know why you're negging yourself.
Because it's sketchy and a bit rubbish. But that's very much the plan for this. We're not doing something that's a professional map that's finished. What we're doing here is just giving our shape, discussing locations, adding bits as we look at the shapes as it falls into place, and we go, oh, wait a minute. If there's all these piles of towns, is there something else that should be in there? Perhaps there's some sort of eyrie where there's skinks that fly in and land in particular areas, or some equivalent. So going through all this is more to inspire and hopefully get some of you saying, wait a minute, we could add something like this here or something like that there. And if anything, as we're making this, does inspire you like that, do make sure you tell us.
Yes. Valley of... Okay. Cool. Yeah, those are really cool monsters. That would be an excellent monster to have. I would actually think that would be a very cool thematic monster, especially if it had a bit more wing, so it can't fly, but it can glide, so it's able to climb the peaks, and then it glides down. The thing's fucking huge too. That would make a really, really cool monster instead of like the more traditional ones.
I think we should definitely possibly have a few traditional flying types for the skinks as well, because
definitely.
I think that suits this one really quite well.
Yeah, you definitely have your pterodon Eries on the surrounding peaks, because that's how they get like messengers to Zlotlan and everything.
Up there at the moment.
Yeah.
Top corner.
And then you'd have your Ripperdactyls that live out in the jungles, but the skinks know how to get to them. Though Ripperdactyls are spooky even at the best of times. Quintus, the talented yet overly self-critical artist. Love you, Andy. A classic.
Yeah, that's definitely never me as a description. Definitely not.
Let's see. What's the big flyer? It is the Therizinosaurus. So imagine a raptor, kind of, but it's a bit puffier, so around the middle, so it's like a bit bigger, and it's 30 to 33 feet long and stands 13 to 16 feet high.
Have you got a picture of that bad boy?
Yes. Let me pull up.
Feel free to bring it up. You can take me off screen. I'm not really doing anything except for drawing tiny little messy boxes, so I'm pretty sure no one's gonna miss that.
Yeah, because I think this guy, especially if you decided to Warhammerify it up a little bit and gave it some like not full wings, but like the ability to like hover or like glide, you could get this big fucker.
Oh yeah.
With
look
like
at those claws.
Yeah, with skinks on its back.
Although that's a Jurassic World version, so it's almost certainly dialed up to 12 already.
Oh, true. Hold on. Let me grab one that's a little more.
No, I'm quite happy with the Jurassic World one because it's definitely a good start.
Yeah, here we go. Here's one from the Encyclopedia Britannica, but it's not quite as spiky, but it's still like you could easily Warhammerify it up.
Holy crap, look at that thing.
I mean, that's a big fucking bird monster with big fucking claws.
Yeah, running on one of those. Change its name, obviously, so it's a little bit more pronounceable and sounds like a Lizardmen monster.
Yeah, but like you can easily put like 2 to 6 skinks on the back of that thing, and it's able to like climb the peaks, and then it can like jump and glide down on top of people. Delicious.
Yeah, some sort of skink howdah sitting on the back of it with a bunch of archers and
archers
spears
and javelins and stuff, and it just drops on people and fucks them up. That'd be great.
Totally. That would be great. Yep, love that. And who doesn't love giant bird?
Yeah, I think this would be like, that would be a fantastic creature. I would love that. Great. Good suggestion. Excellent suggestion.
Whose one was that? Thanks.
Let's see. Okay. We can afford a slight tangent. Thank you, Dan Marco. I missed the reactions. What are your thoughts on the recently released wizard models for the old world? They're fucking great. They're super fun, and gnomes are canon in Warhammer Fantasy again, which is wild.
I will take a small amount of pleasure in seeing that, because there would have been no gnomes if I hadn't written about them. So I'm very happy to see that there is at least a version of them hitting the old world. I remember when I got it passed in and I got word back from someone who worked at Games Workshop. I won't name names. Who literally said, "What the fuck have you done? There should be no gnomes in Warhammer. This is stupid." To which I said, well, they always were. They've been there since 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd edition. No reason why they can't be here in the 4th edition roleplay game. No reason why they can't be in even the 8th edition of Warhammer somewhere. The Warhammer world's a big place. To which they just went, gnomes are stupid. I don't like them. And I was like, fair enough.
Your chat.
We were pretty much banned from writing about gnomes anymore. Yet, Blood Bowl got them, and now, so did the old world.
Yeah, so we have, this is the new Elementalist wizard with his frog familiar that's smoking a pipe, which is delightful.
So I love the frog. I'm less keen on the wizard, but purely because there's a part of me that thinks he's not going to be able to hold that on his back. He's just going to fall over.
He's using beast magic to keep himself steady. He's like,
Yeah, sure, that's what he's doing. Yeah, it's a bit that one's one of the dafter ones. Really quite like that one. I'm half tempted to take that and convert it. The shoulder pad's a bit much for what I'd like, but you can get a pretty good from Lawhammer Margarita.
Yeah, so yeah, this is a really fun necromancer. I mean, in modern Warhammer, you can make this an amethyst wizard in like 2 milliseconds. Yeah, but easily. I love seeing a necromancer that isn't just the haggard, disgusting old man. But like, it's a necromancer that, because necromancer is a much broader term, but looks fantastic. And then this is the one that had everybody celebrating in the streets. The battle wizard and his gnome friend.
The battle wizard's a touch.
He's very over the top. He's very over the top.
I can imagine sparkles drifting
over. You know who he reminds me of from Lawhammer?
Yeah.
I feel like this is the Felonia Pearls.
My name is Felonia Pearls. Yeah, there's definitely a fantastic aspect to that one.
Shouting how awesome he is as he throws his staff out.
Yeah, quite.
But next to him is a gnome carrying a bunch of books.
Look at that.
He's adorable. It is the cutest gnome. Like, Andy's gnomes are kind of terrifying. But this guy, for the first gnome we've seen from GW official in like, I don't know how many years.
It's a long time.
It's so exciting to see. And granted, for right now, he's just kind of counts as a familiar, which means, though I suspect, I loved Andy Lee said something funny of like, when you're playing this model, it's fun to pretend it's the reverse, where the wizard is actually the familiar of the gnome disguising the gnome. It's how the gnome blends in. Yeah. It's a super duper fantastic novel. I hope we get more gnomes, because they're really, really fun. But the fact that it wasn't even that people looked at it and went like, oh, that looks like a gnome, and everyone said that. No, in the article, Games Workshop literally calls it a gnome.
Gnomish, yeah.
Which is fun and great and cool. So thank you for bringing that up. I want Dan Mako. I really wanted to talk about that.
I'm half convinced that I might buy the Necromancer and convert her for Margarita for my game.
That'd be perfect.
Because for reasons she's still alive, which astounds me to this day.
What about like a big flyer for transport? I mean, that creature we were looking at earlier would work well for a transport creature. It's fucking big enough.
Like the idea of that thing as well, like carrying big carriages. Dragging big carriages through the streets. Yeah, some equivalent of the omnibus. If you've ever seen the old omnibuses that used to kick around Victorian London, pulled by horses, and basically a 2-carriage bus.
Because
pulled by horses, but pulled by giant dinosaurs.
Yeah, a lot of people don't necessarily realize that, like the Stegodon, for instance, for the Lizardmen roster, it wasn't originally a beast of war; it was a beast of burden.
Yeah.
That the Lizardmen adapted to warfare once they had to, but the Stegodons were originally brought into the Lizardmen cities to help move like construction equipment and large boulders and stuff. So this creature would probably have a very similar history, where originally the Lizardmen kind of domesticated, quote unquote, it for its usefulness in like building the city and navigating the terrain and moving large things. But then, when shit hits the fan, it also has what looks like to be about 3-foot long claws.
Yeah, I quite like the idea that what we've got in the skink side of things is a thriving little metropolis with its own little character that has moved beyond what most other Lizardmen cities are, where they're so very much caught in with the great old one's plans, and they've kind of, over the course of the centuries stacking up, developed their own character, become far more like PCs, playable characters, which also means that they are, in terms of being approachable by outsiders, potentially open to being exactly that, depending upon the circumstances in which they're approached, which makes them more useful as a storytelling tool.
Yeah, which I think is very accurate, because it matches more closely with so one of the things that the Lustria book did well for 4th edition roleplay was developing the city of Tlushlan, the city of the moon, where they really delved into adding a lot of character, like how the Lizardmen developed there with the whole thing with Morsalib and the Battle of the Moons and all this other stuff. And the Lizardmen there have developed in a very unique way compared to, it has some notes about the Lizardmen of Hexwaddle, which is a much more militant city because it's got the big walls and it's constantly under threat by like dark elves and threats from the north, and it's the city of the sun, so it's a lot more like aggressive and all this stuff. And each of the cities would have, especially since the old ones are gone, the Salon don't talk as much and all this other stuff, they all would have developed in very different, split, unique ways, which is something that often doesn't get to happen as much. Yeah, Amadeus bringing up like the idea that this city would have directly had some kind of involvement or dealt with Yin, of that, this city faced off with a Cathayan invasion, because we know now it wasn't going to be a very great Cathayan invasion because a lot of it was destroyed by the monsoons that the Salon unleashed, but that the scattered elements and Yin herself made it to this part of the world and attacked this city, because this city actually would have been way closer to them than Zlotlan would have been. And if we're going with our City of Dread thing, of that this was the city that the Celestial Emperor was targeting.
Yeah, very possibly, because the Celestial Emperor's precognition saw that the very sky would burn because of what's sitting here. And it's in the hands of children, rather than being in the hands of ancient idiot, as far as he's concerned, Slan, who are mechanically, robotically following the plan of it. What is he, as far as he's concerned, are ancient idiots, and doing something to try and combat that, I think, is not beyond the realm of not only possibility, but it's well within his remit. And I quite like that. It gives us an excuse to include them, and gives us a relatively unique faction of Lizardmen, which, again, to be clear, they have been uniquely, and if we go with the run that we're going with, they have been uniquely developing for over 2,000 years. I mean, in the real world, that's since the time of Christ, if you're into such things. Think how much can change in that time. Entire empires have risen, fallen, and risen again in the time that this city has been separated from the core Lizardmen, and in that time has not really been getting the leadership or the direction that the Slan normally provide, because their Slan has either died or been blinded or been otherwise messed up, the proper old one, as it attempted to commune with some ancient old one device, or alternatively some of the younger ones who are scrabbling to try and deal with the fallout of their older figure disappearing, have been doing nothing more than trying to keep everything running still. So the Skinks have had the run of the playground, and like a Jurassic Park movie gone wrong, they've gone wild and they're everywhere, and they have basically lost control of half of the enormous creatures that should have been under their control, and they've fallen down into the valleys, and they've built up effectively walls of flavellas to keep them out, roaring around at the bottom as they're sitting on the peaks, and only on the peaks, having given up all of the lower areas which used to be part of the city, where lots of old ruined pyramids probably still stand, with jungle rising up all around them.
I particularly love this. I particularly love this because it gives us something that we never got, which was a little sad, of that the Dragon Isles are what happens when there's too many Saurus and no Slan. And the option is they go feral and they kill and eat everything and they turn into monsters. Here we have what happens when the Slan are not active enough and there's no Saurus. It's just skinks and Kroxigors everywhere, because Kroxigors are just going to do what the skinks tell them to do. And the answer is that it's a cacophony. It's a mess of a different kind. And showing that the Lizardmen, to be their best, really do need to be in balance. Like the old ones designed them and for a very specific lifestyle. And when they go outside of that, problems arise. Lots of problems. But maybe secretly, deep down, maybe there are some strengths that can be found if they could get their shit in order, but they're probably not going to, because it's Warhammer.
Yeah, and further, the primary tone for this place is properly dread. It's the dread that the Lizardmen have, the Skinks themselves. It's the dread that the younger Slan have, that everything's falling out of their control. It's the dread that the few old Saurus have got, that their armies are made up of what's the equivalent of children, and weak children at that are going to lose to the encroachment of the undead that are coming. It's the dread of the thing that they're holding that might get free and kill them all. That might indeed wake up Nagash and bring Nagash's attention in this direction, as happened in the past when the old mausoleums started to rise up. There's all manner of fun little stories that we're beginning to build here, and we barely scratched the surface of everything that this place has got to offer.
Okay, there we go. Got that written down because I forgot to write that down earlier. Would still need to come back to the purpose of the city. Potek, yes. So that would be kind of one of the big questions, is that Potek did make the city for a purpose, and it was to contain something. It's a defense against an unnatural end, which is what Potek is all about. And but that part I think I would venture to keep deliberately mysterious of what is it he was specifically warding against. Because you could have the theory that, he's super anti-undead, so it's meant to ward against Nagash bringing about the end of all things and bringing about, the undead apocalypse. Or you could say, no, it's actually that one of the great weapons of Enhamesh is somehow contained within the city or around it, and if it ever goes off, whether it's represented by that particular volcano erupting or an old one device being triggered or something, it will cause the skies across the atmosphere, across the world to burn. The apocalypse of, like, there are all these different types of apocalypses it could be warning against, but nobody knows which one is the real one until it's too late.
Yeah, it's all beginning to
I think that's
surely form up.
I think that's almost kind of the best form of dread, is a dreading something that you don't understand, is unknown. You don't know what it is. I would wager is much worse than dreading something that you do know and you do understand.
Yeah, I think if we have what we have here is evidence that it is truly awful, and the evidence is that the Slan aren't helping the local skinks. Why? Because they are scrambling. They may be sitting there looking like incredibly calm toad frogs, but they are scrambling, desperately trying to hold this place together. And that means that the skinks have been free for 2,000 years. And that's a very, very long time. And the panic that's coming from that Slan tells you just how much is going on behind the surface, but you don't necessarily answer what the problem is. You leave the answer open to basically whomever you're creating it for. If you're creating this as, say, a roleplay location, what you do is you say, here's all the potential things that are going on. This is what all the locals believe. It's now up to you to decide what's actually going on and resolve it in a way that you think's cool. And you have the lovely legends there describing how the old one will come and burn the sky from the planet. And that's terrifying. And the Slan are terrified that this is going to occur, which is why they're not dealing with the skinks in the slightest, because they're holding the whole thing in place, which then suggests what happens if one of the Slan die. And that is a horrible thought, because they're no longer doing what they need to do. And if that means that the volcano bubbles up or something terrible occurs, an ancient old one device is unleashed, whatever it might be, that's a super fun outcome, particularly if you've got someone who's looking to somehow bring about the end of the world. You can turn this into some sort of Middenheim -1, in that you've got Chaos, who are also very keen to try and bring this place down. It's just finding the fucking place is really hard, but that's what PCs are for.
Yep.
Hey, PCs.
Yeah, your PCs who have been hired by a heavens wizard that's just having the most horrible nightmares, drawing him somewhere south. He knows there's something that they have to go to. He sees it in his ear.
Yeah, but not in his nose, just in his ear.
Yeah, just
sorry.
Loremaster of Sotek, if the Warhammer world is 4 times bigger than Earth, I don't know where you got that exact number from.
Times, but sure.
it's bigger, but I don't know if anyone has ever clarified on how much bigger. How big exactly are continents like Leicester in the old world? The Empire must be huge. I mean, the Empire, it is big. Everything's big because it's Warhammer. It's like Texas. Everything's bigger. But how big exactly? I'm going to be honest. I think you would be deeply, deeply, deeply maligned in your quest to try and find exact numbers on how big really anything is.
Yeah, so I can sort of answer this. It's smaller. Now that might make you immediately go, wait a minute, Texas, and it's meant to be wait a minute, Texas. I had this argument, and it was an argument, because the official books came out from the army list in 6th edition, I think. Maybe it was the Beasts of Army Chaos. There were those scales all over the place, and I applied
the scales.
And I applied the scales of their maps to the Warhammer world, and they ended up making the real world of Warhammer smaller than our real world, because the scale was completely messed up. And I gave a quick call to folks involved, and I said, this doesn't make sense. And I got the reply, fuck. And then they decided not to reply anymore and just removed scales from their maps. And that then left me deciding to create my master map, where I then did a map of the entire world, got the Empire part of it, and then scaled it back down and got a scale that would make it approximately the size that the Warhammer world was described to me at that point, which was not 4 times the size of the real world, but about 1.3, 1.4 times the size of the real world, about 130, 140%. So bigger, but not that much bigger. But it does mean that the Empire is freaking huge. It's a really, really big place. And that's why I did my master map. And I then changed all of the scales from my maps to match that. So the maps that I have, barring one in the Uber's Right set in the starter set, which has got double the scale it's meant to have, no idea what happened there. My maps all have the same scale, which should match to a world that's approximately 1.4 times the size of the real world.
Well, in world, you're correct. I have said that it's much larger than the real world, but it's inconsistent. Is the biggest thing I would say. Is that depending on which author you're dealing with, some of them will portray the Warhammer world like it's a fucking monster of a planet, which is fun. But some of them are like, it's roughly Earth-sized, and there are others that like, it's somewhere in the middle. It just depends on who you're talking to, because Games Workshop hates 2 things more than anything else on the face of the earth. And you know this because in Age of Sigmar, they got rid of both of them. And the first one is a map that has actual measurements to show how much space you're working with, and a timeline that has actual dates that you're working with. They hate both of those things.
I love them personally, though.
Deep fervor. Yeah, because people like us love them and go, well, that doesn't make much sense. And they go, shut up. So that's why in Age of Sigmar, they don't have them. They got rid of them. Like, we have maps, but there's no scales. And the maps are weird. And they also don't show the entire realms. They're always zoomed in. So, like, you never know what you're actually dealing with. And they do that on purpose. Since when is Andy being an e-girl? He always has been. Since the beginning.
It's a well-known part of my backstory. My e-girl awesomeness.
Yep. And I will say, I think I am going to enforce, if Andy's comfortable with it, that we should be wrapping up in the very near future.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we've got the beginnings of a city, but we've got quite a lot of stuff that we have yet to pin down.
But I think we'll definitely do a part 2 on this. This is fun.
Yeah, I agree. What we've got is I'm just busy deciding where approximately all the buildings are. We've got a pretty broad idea of why this place is here, what's going on with it, and what we should expect to find if we were inside it. We don't have a typical Lizardman city. It doesn't follow the standard Lizardman shapes for how they build their cities. It has for 2,000 years sprawled significantly beyond its original borders, the borders of which are almost certainly far broader than what is held within the city itself, but have been encroached upon and covered over by the jungle. The skinks have basically taken control. and not necessarily because they want to, but because they've got no alternative but to do so. And the city has become a sprawling mess because of this, layered upon layer upon layer of what was originally relatively well planned, and over the course of time became very ill planned. Skink barrios, layers upon layers of town and city. And a population that's probably sitting in the region of around about, with its peaks and its troughs over time, maybe a couple of 100,000 skinks, somewhere around about there. So it's a pretty big place with a pretty big population. And it's got some pretty big stories to tell in terms of the core pyramids and what they contain and what's inside them, the original founding of the city and why it is here and why that's slowly but surely over the course of time been lost. Almost certainly a crashed silver ship somewhere that has been in many respects the root of the problems from the Great Catastrophe itself, when the Slan, who was once in charge of the city, the old, I don't know, maybe second or third spawning Slan, attempted to commune with it and then just fell silent and has been silent ever since. And then we've got the stories involving Nagash and one of his lieutenants doing whatever it is that he was doing there, the wars that have been waged over that, the arrival of the Cathayans, almost certainly greenskin issues, the complete devolvement of their standard society as all the monsters, for want of a better word, that they used to control fell out of their control, and how to control them has been lost to time. The entire area has now become the land that time forgot as dinosaurs patrol and make their way through the jungles all around and are as likely to kill skinks as anything else, and indeed are happy to do so, which is both something that is a benefit to the local population because it keeps them in many respects away from the outsiders that might try and attack them, but equally they are predating upon them, and it is really, really dangerous. I think this is broadly speaking worked as a location, but if we're looking at is there more to do, the answer isn't just yeah. The answer I think here is definitely yes. We've got a few key locations which I think we should sit down and discuss, like for example each one of the pyramids, what's going on in there, how does it attach to the bone saw? And then we can all sit about and have a discussion about how best to put those. We also want to build a couple of key characters. We want to decide who the core Slan, young Slan is, who is basically scrabbling like mad to try and stop the world from blowing up. We want to have his key counterpart on the other side with the Skinks, who is possibly rising up with and agitating against the Slan, mistakenly thinking that the Slan have abandoned them, where the Slan actually are trying to basically stop the end of the world happening because of the collapse of their society. So we've got a nice little agitator, another skink, a priest perhaps to one of the old ones. All manner of cool troop types that we could have a discussion about, covered with skulls and iconography of death and how they represent, and possibly if we can get some sort of fire breather, something that drips fire to give the idea, possibly something in the volcano, a bird that drips fire wherever it goes, or a big lizard that does the same, to give the idea of the fire burning that the old one itself is potentially going to be responsible for should its old devices be unleashed and the sky burns out the sky. So a visual metaphor for that. And then we need to discuss loosely how all of the core temple buildings wrap up into that and are used. I think there's potentially loads of cool stuff that we can still do.
I've recorded a lot of really, really fun notes that we'll dive into really heavy next time because now we've kind of got like the very broad scope of like shape and stuff, and then we get to kind of zoom in a bit and start picking things apart, which will be really, really fun.
Yeah, which I think will be fun. I think this is nice. I really quite like the shape of it. I think it's got a...
the shape is fantastic. I'm surprised. I'm surprised how well the frog skull worked with the bone saw. They connected very well together.
Let's find a color that lets them stand out a bit more here, so that I can actually see where all the buildings are. There we go. Yeah, it's beginning to show. Obviously, whoops, pardon me. We haven't. Let's just zoom out a little bit there, and that we haven't done it all. That's still not quite enough bright colors. I look over at the other screen. I'm going to change that color into something really bright, like a magenta or something, so it stands out. Let's go.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah. Look,
There we go.
Yeah,
Can't go wrong. Now you can see it. So you're beginning to see the shape of the city itself. When we actually do the whole thing, let's get a bigger brush here. There's going to be quite a bit up here, running around here. All that will be coloured in, as will that. Little spots here, little spots here, lots of little spots up by the Ares, spots down by the volcano. But loosely speaking, it looks something like that. If I get the road layer, select inverse, and then go onto the pink layer. There, I'm going to go Control X so I can take out the roads. Now you can see it a bit more clearly. Yeah, I think that once that is all filled in around here, and you've got all the pinks in place around these areas too, you'll begin to see the actual shape of the city rather than the somewhat looser version that we currently have. And it will be far more of a city with the pile up along the ridges of the mountains much more clear, as I'm just filling in all those areas there, and I'll just get rid of the lines again. Select inverse. And Control X. Oops, I did the wrong thing. Why didn't that work?
Well, while he's figuring that out, I do want to thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you all had a good time. Quintus, thank you for the nice comment of I think the stream format was really enjoyable. I already really enjoyed Andy's map stream, so with the co-hosts, there's even more discussion interactivity. I'd love to see more. Great, awesome, cool. That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, this has been quite fun. I'm now looking at it. It's beginning to look like an actual place.
Yeah, very exciting.
I can sort of see that, and you can sort of see how the jungle's sort of built into it. I quite like this. I really, it might sound stupid, but it sort of reminds me of Edinburgh. That might sound like a ridiculous thing to say, but Edinburgh.
If I had a penny for every time you've said that.
Yeah, Edinburgh is based upon a spine of rock, effectively, where you've got the castle up at one side, and down at the bottom you've got the palace. And it used to have one big long road, and everything spined off of that. And it was all manner of slums on either side. And then the newer city was on the outside of that, because the old city was horrible. So yeah, there's definitely something to that. I think this is quite fun as a shape. I've obviously scribbled it all into place just so that we can see it, but I'm pretty happy with it. I think you've made a nice place there, everyone. You all rock.
Yeah, and we really appreciate just the incredible amount of like ideas and stuff. Y'all came up with some absolutely fucking bonkers ideas that are like, I like the Valley of Stillness, as we'll call it. Fucking awesome. A lot of obviously the shape was through voting. A lot of really cool shit. So thank you all so much for joining us. We hope you had a really good time. Just a reminder, some relevant things that this Sunday will be on the Lawhammer channel for the Ghoul stream at the usual time, both Twitch and YouTube. We will also be tomorrow is the release date for those that care of Omens of Destruction.
True.
So if you're excited for that, make sure to enjoy it. I will have an affiliate link up literally everywhere tonight before I go to bed, and tomorrow as a reminder if you want to support the channel while purchasing that, because that'll all go live kind of at the same time. And we will continue this maybe, I don't know. I don't know
when. We'll decide.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. Because I don't know if we're going to do a next Wednesday. Oh, wait, no. Next Wednesday, I think we're still on. It's the Wednesday after that. We definitely won't be on because that'll be Christmas Day.
Holy crap. Yeah, we definitely won't be on Christmas. Is Christmas Day that close? I've got presents to buy.
Yeah, it's in 2 weeks. Exactly.
Holy crap. Oh no, I'm panicking. I haven't got my presents yet. Ah!
Yeah. So there's a very good chance we might do this next week because I think we could finish this next stream. Or finish it well enough. So we'll probably do
at
this.
least get enough in place that we look at it and we go, this feels like a place that if you wanted to use, you've got enough details, you could go off and turn it into anything that you want.
Yeah, we could just slap it up on the Patreon so people could download and have their fun with it.
Yeah, totally.
All right. So unless you got anything else, Andy, I think we're out of here.
I think that's good. Other than go buy Dark Deeds, please buy Dark Deeds, because that would be awesome. And as always, if you want to keep up with everything that's happening over in Lawhammer, we do have the Patreon over there. And if you want to get tutorials for how to do actual maps, I've got a whole bunch of those motherfuckers sitting over on the Rookery Patreon, so you can pop over there.
join the Rookery publication for so little. It's so little. Like, it's so easy to join. There's no reason not to.
On that, just as a small side, anyone who's going to be, this is a really interesting way to end, but anyone who's a patron in about the next day or two is going to get something sent to them as well, because we're just about to send off the give us your address if you want a thing to all our patrons.
Oh, I'm excited for that.
So the top tier patrons are going to be getting, now I'm not saying that there's something that they might be getting, but
whatever. It's such a mystery.
Something.
We'll
Plus,
never figure it out.
anyone who's down in the bottom side of the tiers, we're still going to be sending out something. So no matter what sort of patron you are, you'll be getting something over on the Rookery publication.
Yeah, but more importantly, you can watch some amazing streams, and Andy's going to be doing one in the near future about stuff. Where's the Deathlike? We'll figure that out next time. Thank you.
Yeah, figure it out next time. I intended for it to be over on the far left in a bit of area.
I got my notes. I've written down all of the things everyone suggested. That's super cool stuff, all that. So we got plenty of notes. And we'll see y'all next time. We're going to get out of here. Bye-bye.
Right, bye.